Chapter 1178. Lucy's words stunned everyone. Even the smile on Zhang Hua's face froze. Most of the people present knew about the gold mine number 1 and gold mine number 2. They were one of the most profitable projects under Zhang Hua and Lucy's father. Especially the gold mine number 1 under Zhang Hua's father. It produced the highest amount of gold every year, followed by the gold mine number 2 under Lucy's father. These two gold mines were worth at least tens of billions. Yet Lucy dared to take them out and bet on Qin Feng? Lucy, you're telling the truth? Zhang Hua recovered with great difficulty and looked at Lucy with a face full of excitement. Lucy regretted her words. This was a project worth tens of billions. If she really lost it, her father would die of anger. Lucy hesitated whether she should go back on her words or not. But Zhang Hua beat her to it and said, "Ha ha! Sister Lucy is famous among the rich and powerful in South Africa. She's a woman of her word. Her words are like water that has been spilled. Of course, she won't lie. Don't you think so, Sister Lucy?" Zhang Hua looked at Lucy with a smirk. He had forced Lucy into a dead end. The crowd gasped. "There's going to be a big show today. Let's bet. Who's afraid of who?" Lucy would either lose her face or the gold mine today. She was so angry that she lost her mind and agreed to Zhang Hua's bet. Zhang Hua saw that his provocation worked and laughed so hard that his intestines were about to pop out. "Ha ha! All right, everyone heard it. Sister Lucy wants to bet with me. If she loses and goes back on her words, everyone can be my witness." Zhang Hua was arrogant and conceited when he mentioned gambling. He was the disciple of Hong Kong's top dealer, second master He. He had never lost to anyone in South Africa. After Lucy said those angry words, she immediately regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. She felt that she was still too immature and could not keep her cool at all. But since things had come to this, Lucy couldn't go back on her words. She couldn't afford to lose her face in front of so many rich young masters and beautiful women. "All right, since everyone has agreed on it, let's get started." Qin Feng, who had long been forgotten by everyone, suddenly spoke. Everyone looked at Qin Feng with an expression of schadenfreude. No one was optimistic about him. Seeing Qin Feng so anxious to lose, everyone couldn't help but roar with laughter. "Hee hee! Since you want to be defeated by me so much, then I'll fulfill your wish." Zhang Hua was grinning from ear to ear. He had already sat down under a parasol. A rich young master immediately brought over an unopened deck of cards. Qin Feng also sat down next to him. Everyone gathered around with excited looks on their faces, as if they were the ones who were going to gamble. Lucy, on the other hand, was not excited. Her heart began to beat faster, and she stood beside Qin Feng, praying silently. "Darling, you can do it!" Only Leah was optimistic about Qin Feng. She clenched her fist and smiled brightly at Qin Feng. That smile had bewitched everyone and made their hearts itch. "Humph! I'll teach you a lesson later." Zhang Hua's good mood suddenly disappeared. He could not understand. What did Leah see in Qin Feng? From start to finish, Qin Feng's expression was indifferent. He looked at Zhang Hua and said, "What cards do you plan to play? Let's play the simplest competition. This young master can't be bothered to waste time with trash like you," Zhang Hua said coldly. Qin Feng did not have any objections. Instead, it was exactly what he wanted. He did not want to waste time with someone like Zhang Hua. After the game was set, Leah ran over to deal the cards to the two of them. She was wearing a yellow bikini and was extremely eye-catching, causing a group of rich young masters to secretly glance at her. Zhang Hua looked at Leah from a close distance, and was so excited that his nose was about to bleed. Leah's body was emitting a faint fragrance, her figure was simply golden, and her long legs were about to reach her neck. "Darling, I'll give you a lucky kiss." Just as Zhang Hua was watching excitedly, Leah suddenly hugged Qin Feng's neck and took the initiative to kiss him. Qin Feng slapped the little demoness butt, causing everyone to be extremely envious. "Humph! After I win, your life will be mine. I'll help you take care of the beauty Xiaoya. I'll let you draw the cards first. Zhang Hua was angered to death by Qin Feng's actions. He also wanted to touch Liya, but he did not dare to. Qin Feng did not care about Zhang Hua's ruthless words at all. He treated it as a wild dog barking. Qin Feng did not waste any time and casually took the nearest card in front of him. I'm done! Seeing Qin Feng draw his trump card, a playful smile immediately appeared on Zhang Hua's face. As second master, his personal disciple, Zhang Hua had also learned some real skills. He was extremely good at memorizing cards, and the order of the cards was all in Zhang Hua's mind. Qin Feng had drawn a 3 of hearts, which was considered a very small card in this game of small and small cards. Hee hee! Any random card I draw is bigger than yours. Zhang Hua gloatingly stared at Qin Feng. It looked like he had casually drawn a trump card, but in reality, it was the king's card in his memory. In the game of big and small, the cards were bigger from ace to big king. Now that Zhang Hua drew a king's card, he did not care about Qin Feng at all. Since we're done, let's reveal our cards, Qin Feng said indifferently. He felt that he did not care about this game at all. The group of rich young masters and bikini-clad beauties shook their heads and snickered. Even though they had not revealed their cards, they already knew that Qin Feng had lost. Some of Sister Lucy's close friends were so angry that they stamped their feet. They felt that Qin Feng was too much of a scumbag for not taking Sister Lucy's jinquang seriously. Wait! Just when Qin Feng was about to reveal his cards, Lucy suddenly shouted, Qin Feng, do you want to choose another card? Can you be more serious? Lucy stood beside Qin Feng, watching the game with trepidation. As a big sister of China and South Africa, Lucy had naturally come into contact with card gambling. Even she could remember part of the order of the cards. Lucy knew that Qin Feng drew a 3 of hearts, but what card did Zhang Hua draw? Lucy really could not remember. Lucy, what do you mean by this? Don't you know the rule of not chewing when looking at cards? As an outsider, you'd better recognize your current position. Zhang Hua looked at Lucy coldly. He was not afraid that Qin Feng would change his cards. Even if Qin Feng changed his cards 52 times, he would still lose. Zhang Hua purposely took this opportunity to reprimand Lucy. Qin Feng waved his hand indifferently and said, Sister Lucy, I won't change my cards. My trump card is very powerful. Lucy was already angry after being reprimanded by Zhang Hua. After hearing Qin Feng's words, she was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. Does this brat even know how to play cards? He just drew a 3 of hearts, and he said it was a high card. You really piss me off. If I lose this game, I'll make you pay. Lucy's beautiful eyes were filled with despair. Even she felt that Qin Feng was going to lose this round. Moreover, Qin Feng's defeat meant that her father's number 2 gold mine would be given to Zhang Hua. Lucy's mind was no longer on the game. She was thinking about how to tell her father about this. Sister Lucy, don't worry. Qin Feng won't lose. Only Liya thought highly of Qin Feng. From the beginning to the end, Liya had a bright smile on her face. She did not look worried at all. Lucy really could not understand Liya's thoughts. She also wanted Qin Feng to win, but based on the current situation, it was impossible for Qin Feng to win. Don't comfort me. He will definitely lose this game, Lucy complained with a cold face. However, Liya smiled and hugged Lucy's arm. Sister Lucy! How about we make a bet? If Qin Feng wins this round, you'll have to kiss him in front of everyone to repay my darling. Whoosh! Liya's words caused a burst of exclamations. Everyone looked at Liya in astonishment. This time, everyone was sure that there was something wrong with this woman's brain. How could she help her boyfriend find a woman? Lucy was startled. She suddenly recalled the moment when she was forcefully kissed by Qin Feng at the airport. A blush appeared on her cold and charming face, and her tender and alluring appearance made everyone's eyes pop out. Heh! I actually hope that brat wins. If he really wins, so what if I kiss him? Lucy also said these words out of anger, because she was sure that Qin Feng would lose this round. Qin Feng was leisurely lying on the chair, secretly looking at Leah with admiration. This girl's awareness was very high. Everyone's attention was originally on the game and Zhang Hua, but this time, it landed on the two beauties. Zhang Hua immediately gritted his teeth and roared at Qin Feng. "Brat, I'll let you open your cards first." A shout pulled everyone's attention back to the table. Leah and Lucy also stared at the cards in Qin Feng's hands. "Pa!" Qin Feng still had an indifferent attitude. He casually flipped over his cards and a 3 of hearts fell on the table. "Ha ha! A 3, this guy's luck is too bad. Your father touched it bigger than him. Humph! I already said that this guy would lose. I guessed that this would be the result before the game even started." Sigh. Poor Sister Lucy, how could she be so muddle-headed as to believe this brat? "That's a gold mine." When Qin Feng revealed his cards, the surroundings immediately burst into an uproar. When Zhang Hua saw the 3 of hearts, he was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. This was exactly the same card he had predicted. Lucy felt as if she was struck by lightning, and her heart sank to the bottom. A gold mine was lost just like that. Tears welled up in Lucy's big eyes. Even Leah couldn't remain calm at this moment. She thought that Qin Feng would immediately pull out a king and completely win the game. When she saw the 3, Leah even suspected that Qin Feng's hands had rusted after not playing for a long time. "Darling, what's going on?" Leah saw that Sister Lucy was secretly wiping away her tears. She immediately felt guilty. Chapter 1179. Leah, who was trembling with fear a second ago, calmed down when she saw Qin Feng's smile. She knew that everything was under Qin Feng's control. "Sister Lucy, don't worry. Qin Feng will definitely win," Leah quickly comforted Lucy. Lucy thought that Leah was just comforting her. She was still depressed and did not speak to Leah. Zhang Hua was already convulsing with laughter. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that he would win a gold mine in just one game. Lucy's family's second gold mine was a strong competitor to Zhang Hua's family's first gold mine. Both of them had a similar gold production rate every year, and both of them were competing to sell their gold to China. Now that Zhang Hua had won the second gold mine, the Zhang family would monopolize the gold mining business in South Africa and China. "Ha ha! Sister Lucy, you lost this game. When are you going to give me the gold mine? Should I call my dad now and ask him to come over and sign the contract?" Zhang Hua had not even flipped his cards, but he acted as if he had already won. However, no one cared whether Zhang Hua flipped his cards or not because in everyone's mind, Zhang Hua had already won. Lucy stood at the side and bit her lips so hard that it almost broke. She felt a wave of regret in her heart. She had been too impulsive before. Now, she had lost the number 2 gold mine that her dad had worked so hard to develop for more than 10 years. If her dad knew about this, he would definitely faint from anger. "Oh! Sister Lucy, why aren't you saying anything? Are you going to go back on your words?" "Sister Lucy is not someone who goes back on her words." Zhang Hua had always been at odds with Lucy. This was a rare opportunity for him to gain the upper hand. He was so pleased with himself that he almost flew to the sky. "Who said I'm going to go back on my words? It's just a second gold mine. Wait, I'll call my dad first and tell him about the situation." Lucy was indeed not someone who went back on her words. Although she was extremely regretful, since she had agreed to this game, she had to face the consequences no matter how serious it was. Seeing that Lucy's lonely figure was fading away, Qin Feng suddenly smiled and said, "Sister Lucy, where are you going? You haven't lost this game, so why are you calling me?" If Qin Feng did not speak, he would have been forgotten by everyone. Everyone looked at Qin Feng in unison, but all of them had a mocking and contemptuous sneer on their faces. Lucy's face was also cold. She really couldn't figure out what Qin Feng wanted to do. "Ha ha! Qin Feng, oh Qin Feng, you still say you haven't lost? You want to beat me with that Zhang Xia Sanzi? Dream on!" Zhang Hua mocked Qin Feng without the slightest scruple. Qin Feng's expression didn't change. Cut the crap. Show me your trump card, and everything will be clear. Qin Feng looked at Zhang Hua indifferently. Zhang Hua started to not understand Qin Feng. He didn't know where this brat got his calmness from. After staring blankly for a moment, Zhang Hua laughed loudly. He didn't believe that he would lose to Qin Feng even if he was beaten to death. Brat, open your dog eyes wide and take a good look. This daddy's trump card is King Zhang. Pa! Zhang Hua forcefully flung his card and flipped it over. Dozens of pairs of eyes stared fixedly at the card that Zhang Hua flipped over. Instantly, they were so shocked that their eyeballs fell to the ground. It was as if time had stopped. Those mocking voices suddenly stopped, and the air was so cold that it almost froze. Zhang Hua finally realized that something was wrong. He subconsciously looked towards the table. When he saw that he had flipped over the smallest ace of hearts, he was so scared that his heart almost jumped out of his throat. Fuck! Where's this daddy's king? How did it become an ace of hearts? Zhang Hua let out a strange cry. No one understood the situation. Did Zhang Hua lose this round? How could young Master Zhang lose? Only Leah regained her senses first. She was not surprised by this result. Qin Feng was the international gambling king. A mere Zhang Hua was nothing. Big Sister Lucy, you won. Qin Feng helped you win a gold mine. Looking at Lucy, who was still immersed in shock, Leah hurriedly shook her arm. Lucy finally regained her senses, but she still couldn't believe the reality in front of her. We won? Xiao Ye, did we really win? Lucy's sexy body was trembling. She was just about to call her father, but who would have thought that Qin Feng would actually win? This sudden change in situation happened too quickly and too fiercely. When everyone was still in a daze, Qin Feng chuckled and walked to Lucy's side, tyrannically pulling Lucy into his embrace. A wave of masculine air floated into Lucy's nose, causing her heart to beat faster. Her body felt like it was about to burn. This was the first time Lucy had such intimate contact with a man. She felt that Qin Feng's strength was boundless, and his chest was as broad as the sea. What are you doing? Lucy was so nervous that she didn't dare to breathe. Qin Feng blew hot air into her ear and said, Big Sister Lucy, if I remember correctly, you owe me a hot kiss right now. Lucy's entire body trembled, and she was so scared that she almost turned around and ran away. Previously, she did say that as long as Qin Feng won, she would give him a kiss in front of everyone, but that was Lucy's angry words, because she never thought that Qin Feng would win. Now that the matter was in front of her, the usually cold and arrogant Lucy was as nervous as a frightened little deer. She had never been scared to this extent by a man. You dare! Lucy tried to break free from Qin Feng, but she couldn't break free at all. She could only pretend to be calm and try to shock Qin Feng. However, just as her voice fell, her fragrant lips were blocked, and Qin Feng had already kissed her wildly. Woo-woo! You woo-woo! Lucy struggled for a while, but soon she was stunned on the spot. This was her second kiss, but it was her first hot kiss, and it was a hot kiss in front of everyone. Qin Feng was skilled, and quickly brought Lucy into an illusion. The feeling was very strange, and Lucy even forgot to resist. Instead, she somewhat cooperated with Qin Feng. The crowd still hadn't woken up from the fact that Qin Feng had defeated Zhang Hua, and now they were immersed in the shock of Qin Feng kissing Big Sister Lucy in front of everyone. Leah, however, covered her mouth and secretly laughed. She didn't seem to be jealous at all. While Qin Feng kissed, his hands naughtily touched. Lucy finally came to her senses, and used all her strength to push Qin Feng away. She felt that she had been touched by Qin Feng. You dare to force a kiss on me? Lucy angrily stared at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, however, had a smile on his face. How is it a forced kiss? You promised me to kiss you. I was only fulfilling your wish. You little hoodlum. Lucy was quite angry at Qin Feng, but she had no words to refute, because what Qin Feng said was the truth. It was indeed Lucy who made a bet with Leah. The beauty had kissed, and the game had been won. Qin Feng looked at Zhang Hua, who was still in a daze, with satisfaction and said, "You lost? Hurry up and give number 1 gold mine to Lucy for free." Zhang Hua suddenly woke up. He looked at the cards on the table, and still couldn't accept this fact. Zhang Hua was not an idiot, and quickly calmed down and began to recall. Because he was arrogant, he didn't pay much attention to Qin Feng. Could it be that Qin Feng secretly changed the cards? "Brat, you dare to cheat? Do you believe that I won't find someone to kill you?" Zhang Hua had always refused to admit his losses, and ordinary people couldn't do anything to him. But this time, he met Qin Feng, so Qin Feng wouldn't let this brat go. "You want to act shamelessly after losing? I can kill you right now!" As Qin Feng spoke, his body emitted surging true qi. This qi seemed to descend from the sky, and Zhang Hua was so frightened that he fell on his butt. The group of rich young masters and bikini beauties were ordinary people, so how could they withstand the pressure of true qi? Many of them retreated a few steps and stayed far away from Qin Feng. Don't act recklessly. I can give away number 1 gold mine, but this game wasn't satisfying enough. Do you dare to play another round with me?" Zhang Hua realized that he had underestimated his opponent. How could he let it go? He had to win the gold mine again. A cold smile flashed across Qin Feng's face. If someone was willing to jump into the fire pit, Qin Feng naturally wouldn't stop him. "Sure. Tell me, what do you want to bet this time?" Qin Feng looked at Zhang Hua with a smile. "I'll bet Dad's number 1 gold mine with you. If you lose, return number 1 gold mine to me," Zhang Hua said coldly. Gasps of surprise came from all around. Number 1 gold mine and number 1 gold mine were the 2 most powerful businesses in Zhang Tianhua's dad's hands. Zhang Tianhua really threw caution to the wind. "Qin Feng, I don't want to bet anymore." Without waiting for Qin Feng to agree, Lucy ran over. After the passionate kiss, Lucy's gaze towards Qin Feng had changed. She used to be cold, but now, she had a hint of tenderness. "Big sister Lucy, are you stupid? Don't you want the free oil field?" Leah covered her forehead and looked at Lucy speechlessly. Lucy wasn't stupid, she was scared. Although Qin Feng won the first round, Lucy and everyone else thought that Qin Feng was just lucky. Moreover, Zhang Hua was obviously serious. If they continued to bet, Qin Feng would definitely lose. "Little ya, don't play anymore. It's already good enough to earn a gold mine. If you continue to play, you'll definitely lose." Lucy had already calmed down and spoke with an unquestionable tone. Zhang Hua immediately became anxious. He yelled at Qin Feng. "Stinking brat, don't tell me you're afraid of me after 1 round. Hurry up and continue the game with me. If I lose, I'll give you an oil field. Don't you want it?" Zhang Hua began to tempt Qin Feng. Qin Feng was amused. "Lucy, I'll bet with him again and help you win an oil field." Qin Feng naturally wouldn't back down. He looked at Lucy with a smile. Lucy stomped her feet anxiously. She felt that Qin Feng was already on cloud 9. "No, I said I don't want to bet, so I don't want to bet." This time, Lucy's attitude was firm. She wouldn't play no matter what. Seeing that the show was over, everyone was disappointed. Zhang Hua was so anxious that he almost jumped up and down. But at this time, Qin Feng grabbed Lucy and pulled her into his arms. Then, he spanked her perky buttocks and reprimanded. "You bitch, I said I'll bet, so you just listen to me." Qin Feng suddenly became incomparably domineering. Everyone was dumbfounded. She was the big sister of China's rich and powerful in South Africa. How could she be spanked by Qin Feng in public? Lucy's charming face blushed. She wanted to stomp Qin Feng to death. Chapter 1180. Under Qin Feng's forceful attitude, Lucy didn't dare to speak anymore. Everyone was dumbstruck. Qin Feng, who was looked down upon by everyone, suddenly became the center of attention. Zhang Hua was not happy that Qin Feng had agreed to the bet. Whether it was Lucy or Leah, they were both women that Zhang Hua fancied. However, he had never even hugged a girl before. Yet Qin Feng hugged Leah in public and kissed Lucy. This brat was even more eye-catching than him. Let's start. Zhang Hua sat down on the chair with a cold face and no longer spoke nonsense. He was going to be serious this time. He had to regain his lost face and dignity. Qin Feng, why you really want to bet? Seeing that Zhang Hua had already sat down, Lucy became nervous again. She had a feeling that Qin Feng would lose this round. However, Lucy's attitude changed drastically. Before, she was forcefully asking Qin Feng not to play, but now, she was begging Qin Feng. What's wrong? You don't believe me? Qin Feng was very satisfied with Lucy's change and looked at her with a smile. Lucy really didn't believe Qin Feng, but she couldn't say it out loud. She was afraid of hurting Qin Feng's self-esteem. How about this, if I win this round, you can sleep in my room tonight? Qin Feng looked at Lucy with a smirk. Qin Feng's voice was neither loud nor soft, so many people heard it. Everyone looked at Lucy with a surprised expression, making Lucy embarrassed. I don't want to. How could Lucy agree? She was about to refuse when Qin Feng interrupted her. All right, it's decided then. Be a good girl and stay aside. Don't affect my performance. Otherwise, don't blame me if you lose the gold mine. Qin Feng settled the matter in a few words. Lucy's sexy red lips opened and closed, but no words came out. Leah giggled. She guessed that big sister Lucy would fall into Qin Feng's evil clutches, but she didn't expect it to happen so soon. Qin Feng and Zhang Hua were already seated, and it was Leah who dealt the cards. Just like the last round, Qin Feng leaned back in his chair and leisurely drank his juice. From start to finish, he didn't even glance at the cards. It was as if the game had nothing to do with him. In this round, Zhang Hua sat upright and still. His eyes were glued to every card. When the cards were shuffled and spread out, Zhang Hua was secretly happy. This round, he clearly remembered all the cards and was sure that Qin Feng didn't change cards. Whoosh! Zhang Hua extended his hand and pulled Big King back. For the sake of safety, he didn't dare to let Qin Feng draw his card first. Brat, it's your turn. After touching Big King, Zhang Hua's heart completely calmed down, and he impatiently looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't even look at the cards and casually drew one. In the blink of an eye, he swapped the card he drew with Zhang Hua's. With Qin Feng's current level of true qi, the speed of his hands was so fast that it was impossible to see anything. Even if Zhang Hua stared closely at Qin Feng, he still couldn't see anything. Ha ha! Brat, you're dead for sure this round. Your elder is a big king. As soon as Qin Feng drew his card, Zhang Hua immediately jumped up in excitement. This round, he didn't wait for Qin Feng to flip his card first. He already flipped his hand over his hidden card. Pa! The cards fell on the table, and everyone's jaws dropped to the ground in shock. Zhang Hua's smile instantly froze on his face. How did his big king card turn into a 4 of hearts? Yo! Little 4? Seriously, you always use small cards to scare everyone and say you drew big king. Do you think we're stupid? Qin Feng already knew Zhang Hua's hidden card. He looked at the 4 of hearts and laughed. Zhang Hua's eyes fell on the table. He couldn't come back to his senses for a while. He couldn't understand what was going on today. The card in his memory was clearly Big King. Why did it change every time he flipped it over? Qin Feng, you'll definitely win this round, right? Lucy thought Qin Feng was going to lose. However, when she saw Zhang Hua flip the 4 of hearts, she was instantly filled with hope for Qin Feng. She excitedly ran up and hugged Qin Feng's arm. Whether I can win or not depends on big sister Lucy. If I win, you have to come to my room tonight. If you're willing, I'll win. If not, I'll just lose. Qin Feng looked at Lucy with a smirk on his face, and Lucy's beautiful face immediately became flushed. Leah was so amused that she bent over in laughter. Everyone stared at Lucy, waiting for this big sister's answer. Then you win. After a moment of silence, Lucy said something that shocked everyone. Previously, Qin Feng forced Lucy to sleep with him, but now, Lucy requested to go to Qin Feng's room at night. Since Big Sister Lucy likes me so much, I'll fulfill your wish. Qin Feng's words made everyone completely speechless. This person was really thick-skinned. Lucy stomped her feet in anger, but she couldn't say anything. If she angered Qin Feng and he purposely lost this round, it would be troublesome. Pa! Qin Feng casually swung his hand, and his trump card appeared on the table. It was the king that Zhang Hua couldn't call for a long time. The atmosphere was silent again. Even if everyone was stupid, they could see that Qin Feng was the real gambling king. Wow! He won again, he really won again. Qin Feng, you're too awesome! Lucy's eyes lit up. She was so excited that she hugged Qin Feng and jumped up. Zhang Hua, on the other hand, had a mournful face as if someone died in his family. No, you must have cheated. This round doesn't count. Zhang Hua suddenly slammed the table. He lost a gold mine and an oil field. If his father found out, he would definitely kill him. Lucy came out of Qin Feng's embrace and suddenly glared at Zhang Hua with a cold face. Zhang, are you going to act shamelessly? When I thought I lost earlier, I was about to call my dad. Zhang Hua's heart was filled with guilt. It took a lot of courage to act shamelessly in front of Big Sister Lucy and Qin Feng. Then I have to talk to my dad about this. I'll go back first. I'll look for you after I'm done talking. Zhang Hua saw the opportunity to escape, but Lucy saw through this brat's trick. She lightly clapped her hands, and 4 strong men dressed in black walked out and blocked Zhang Hua's way. Zhang Hua, today you and I made a bet in front of everyone. You lost 2 rounds in a row. If you don't transfer the shares of the oil field and gold mine to me, I won't let you leave. Lucy had regained her usual cold arrogance and dominance. She deserved her position as the big sister for a reason. Lucy, I advise you not to push things too far. We were just having fun. How could we really bet on the gold mine and oil field? Even if you lose today, I won't take your assets. Zhang Hua began to find all kinds of excuses for himself. His ugly face caused everyone to shake their heads secretly. Lucy sneered. She wanted to say something, but Qin Feng pulled her behind him. Fine. You go back first. We'll give you 3 days. If you can't finish the contract and transfer the shares within 3 days, I'll make the Zhang family regret it. Qin Feng had a look of indifference on his face. He had dealt with too many big families in China, and people like Zhang Hua were nothing to Qin Feng. Lucy was anxious. She knew Zhang Hua too well. If she let him go now, he would never admit to the bet. Qin Feng, don't let him go. Lucy reminded Qin Feng in a low voice. Qin Feng waved his hand indifferently. I said let him go. You don't have to say any more. This was Lucy's territory. Not long ago, Lucy had looked down on Qin Feng in all sorts of ways, and even wanted to separate Qin Feng and Leah. But at this moment, Qin Feng seemed to be the owner of this place, and even Lucy did not dare to object to his words. However, Lucy was disappointed. She didn't believe that Qin Feng could do anything to Zhang Hua or the Zhang family in the future. This was South Africa, and the Zhang family was the boss in this area. Confused and nervous, Zhang Hua left quickly. He was still in a daze when he walked out of Lucy's villa. Qin Feng let him go just like that. Qin Feng and Lucy, when I get back, I'll find someone to kill you. I'll let you know whose territory South Africa belongs to. After escaping from Lucy's mansion, Zhang Hua became fierce again. He immediately drove his Ferrari and sped away. Zhang Hua had been gone for a long time, but everyone was still in a daze. They couldn't understand why Qin Feng let Zhang Hua go just like that. Qin Feng, Zhang Hua will definitely go back on his words. You won for nothing today. Lucy was somewhat unhappy. She glared at Qin Feng charmingly. Qin Feng grabbed Lucy and pulled her into his arms. You don't have to worry about what will happen next. Remember, our bet is still on. Just remember to come and find me tonight. Lucy blushed and quickly struggled out of Qin Feng's embrace. She could no longer understand Qin Feng. This seemingly ordinary and low-key man seemed to have countless secrets hidden within him. Zhang Hua's appearance today became a joke. Everyone regained their senses and gathered together to have a good time. Occasionally, they would discuss what happened just now. Qin Feng and Leo were sunbathing on a chair. Lucy was also lying beside them. Previously, she was too lazy to look at Qin Feng, but now, she would secretly peek at him. Damn! Nadigo is here. Suddenly, a cry came from the crowd. Then, everyone tensed up and looked toward the entrance of the villa. A tall and sturdy black man walked in with 2 rows of bodyguards behind him. These bodyguards were armed with guns, and they looked like they were going to war. Lucy's expression changed when she saw the man. She went to greet him personally. Nadigo, you're here. Nadigo stopped in front of Lucy. He took off his sunglasses and stared at Lucy's chest with his inverted triangular eyes. Suddenly, he reached out and pulled Lucy into his arms. Nadigo, come in and take a seat. Lucy knew about Nadigo's evil behavior, so she was always on guard against him. When she saw Nadigo coming to hug her, she took 2 steps back and dodged. Lucy, what do you mean by this? Can I hug you? You're so arrogant. Lucy lived on the island of Madagascar in South Africa. This island was rich in tourist resources. The locals all spoke Hakka, but English and French were also commonly used. Nada was the #1 boss of Madagascar. Even Zhang Hua and Lucy had to lower their heads in front of him. After all, this was his territory. Chapter 1181. Lucy could feel that Nada had come with ill intentions. She was burning with anger. She didn't dare to fall out with Nada, but she couldn't obey him either. What are you waiting for? Come into my arms. Nada's patience had run out. He glared at Lucy. Lucy furrowed her brows and looked at Qin Feng. She didn't know what was wrong with her. At this critical moment, the first person she thought of was Qin Feng. Ha! Brother Nada, I already have a man. I'm too embarrassed to hug you. We Chinese women are very conservative. We can only have intimate contact with our man. Lucy had no choice but to use Qin Feng to block Nada. Nada's face turned cold. He yelled in English. Which man is tired of living? How dare he snatch the woman I like? Point out your man. I'll shoot him now. Then you won't have a man and you can be with me. As the #1 boss of Madagascar, Nada was like a local tyrant. He would never give up on a woman he liked. If the soft way didn't work, he would use the hard way. Behind Nada, 8 strong men stood in 2 rows. Each of them held a machine gun. Their stance was intimidating. The arrogant young masters and rich heiresses shrunk their necks and shivered. They were even more afraid than when they saw Zhang Hua. Lucy's gaze swept through the crowd. Every time she looked at someone, they would panic. Everyone was afraid that Lucy would suddenly pull them out and use them as a shield. That would be sending them to their deaths. The atmosphere suddenly froze. It was so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Lucy looked around but didn't point out who her man was. She originally wanted to use Qin Feng as a shield. However, when she saw that Nada was going to kill that man, she didn't have the heart to harm Qin Feng. Brother Nada, my man has something to do today. He's not here. Lucy sighed. Nada immediately laughed. Ha! He's not here? Then he doesn't need to come anymore. Tonight I'll satisfy you. After you experience my power, you won't like your previous man anymore. As a big shot, Nada spoke in an arrogant and despotic manner. He did not need to care at all. These frivolous words made Lucy's face turn red. She wanted to rush up and slap Nada in the face, but she didn't dare to do so. If she really fell out with Nada, Lucy's father would not be able to continue doing business in South Africa. He might even lose his life. Brother Nadas, please spare me. I have a good relationship with my man. If you need women, I can introduce some to you. Lucy was so scared that she kept retreating. Nada's patience had long since run out. A sneer flashed across his face, and he suddenly opened his arms and pounced on Lucy. I don't like other women. Today, I want you. Behind Lucy was the swimming pool, and she had nowhere to retreat. She held her hands in front of her chest and began to scream. She felt that no one could save her today. However, after screaming for a long time, Lucy realized that she was not being hugged by anyone. Instead, she heard the sound of someone falling into the water. Lucy hurriedly opened her eyes and was instantly shocked by the scene in front of her. Nada had fallen into the water and was cursing in the local Hakka language. A tall and sturdy figure was standing beside Lucy. It was Qin Feng. Although Lucy did not see how Nada fell into the water, she could guess that it was Qin Feng who kicked him into the pool. Lucy was scared and touched at the same time. She never thought that the person who stood up to protect her at this critical moment was Qin Feng. Nada was kicked into the water by you? Lucy quickly calmed herself down and asked Qin Feng in a low voice. Qin Feng didn't say anything and nodded slightly. Lucy's heart suddenly sank. She secretly pulled Qin Feng to let him go. Hurry and leave with Xiaoye. Nada is a big shot in Madagascar. If you don't leave now, you'll be finished. Lucy knew how powerful Nada was. Even she didn't dare to face Nada alone. However, Qin Feng actually kicked Nada into the pool. Lucy had to stay and clean up the mess. She could almost see herself being ravaged by Nada. However, to save Qin Feng's life, Lucy decided to sacrifice herself. Qin Feng acted as if he didn't hear Lucy's words. He stood beside the pool with his hands behind his back. At this moment, Nada had already swum to the shore. The rich young masters and daughters around him were all terrified and hadn't come back to their senses yet. Nada fell into the water? Qin Feng really kicked him into the water. Did this brat want to die? Damn it, was it you? Nada glared at Qin Feng and roared as soon as he came to the shore. He looked like he wanted to skin Qin Feng alive. Even the 8 lackeys he brought with him were still in a daze. At this moment, they were awakened by Nada's roar. The 8 of them immediately surrounded Qin Feng with their guns. They all stared at Qin Feng in disbelief. This Chinese brat actually dared to attack Big Brother Nada? I don't understand what you're saying. Everyone present was stunned by Nada. They were so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Only Qin Feng stood with his hands behind his back with an indifferent expression. It was as if the guns in the hands of the 8 muscular men were nothing to him. Everyone was stunned once again. They couldn't understand Qin Feng at all. Qin Feng was probably the only person in the entire Madagascar who could remain so calm in front of Nada and speak in Nada's bird language. Fiercy. What you say? Nada clearly didn't understand Qin Feng's Chinese. However, he was very unhappy with Qin Feng's current attitude. It was as if Qin Feng wasn't afraid of him at all. The 8 lackeys suddenly raised their guns and aimed them at Qin Feng's head. The surrounding people gasped in shock. The rich young masters and the bikini-clad beauties were scared to death. Lucy's heart skipped a beat. She glared at Qin Feng and quickly put on a flattering smile. Big Brother Nada, this is my man. He was just praising you. He said you're handsome and domineering. Nada's heart skipped a beat. Lucy hurriedly held Qin Feng's arm tightly. She was really afraid that Nada's lackeys would suddenly open fire. If they really opened fire, Lucy planned to die together with Qin Feng. Lucy spoke in English, so Nada understood her. His gaze turned cold and landed fiercely on Qin Feng's face. He was sizing Qin Feng up. You fucking dare to steal the woman I like. I want you to immediately kowtow and apologize to me, then scram out of here. Nada's roar was like thunder. Just his aura alone was enough to make everyone choke in fear. A group of people looked at Qin Feng with pity. Even though Qin Feng had defeated Yuan Kai, Zhao Kun, and even Zhang Hua, none of them were optimistic about Qin Feng's chances of winning against Nada. Nada was the local tyrant here. His subordinates all carried guns. No matter how strong Qin Feng was, could his fists defeat bullets? Lucy was burning with anxiety. Even though she had just met Qin Feng, she understood Qin Feng's personality very well. He was a very proud and aloof man. He couldn't tolerate others challenging his dignity. Lucy was afraid that Qin Feng would suddenly slap Nada again. If that happened, everyone would die. Slap! Just as Lucy was worrying, a muffled sound rang out next to her ear. The atmosphere instantly froze. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly as Qin Feng's slap landed on Nada's face. The surroundings were silent. It was as if time had suddenly stopped at this moment. Everyone's eyes and jaws fell to the ground. Even Nada's 8 lackeys were dumbstruck. Their fingers were placed on the triggers, but it was as if someone had cast a body-freezing spell on them. No one could come back to their senses and pulled the trigger. Nada held his swollen face. His eyes widened and stared at Qin Feng in disbelief for a long time. Finally, he roared, "Fuck! You dare to hit me? I'll make you die a horrible death!" Nada yelled agitatedly in the Hakka language. Even though Qin Feng didn't understand, he could roughly guess what Nada meant. Nada either wanted to kill him, or made him wish he was dead. However, Qin Feng ignored this threat. Ever since he had obtained the hedonist sovereign system, he had heard hundreds or even thousands of people threaten him like this. As for those who had threatened Qin Feng, they either died or paid a painful price. "Big brother Nada, don't shoot. I am willing to be your woman. I just beg you to spare Qin Feng this once." Before the 8 lackeys could react, Lucy couldn't take it anymore. She knew that Qin Feng would definitely die this time. Left with no other choice, Lucy agreed to be with Nada to save Qin Feng's life. Slap! A crisp sound rang out. This time, it landed on Lucy's perky butt. Qin Feng coldly pulled Lucy behind him and said in a low voice, "You're such a playboy. You already agreed to sleep with me tonight, so how could you change your mind? If there's a next time, I won't let you off so easily." Lucy was stunned. She looked at Qin Feng's back as if he was a towering mountain. Her panicked heart inexplicably calmed down. She couldn't understand Qin Feng anymore. He was the most overbearing man she had ever met. He was even more ruthless than Nada. Everyone was stunned by Qin Feng's words, especially the rich young masters and beauties from Huaxia. They couldn't understand Qin Feng. How did he get the courage to say such words when he was standing under the muzzles of 8 guns? "Fuck! You Chinese pig, you don't know your place. Capture him alive. I'll use a knife to cut off his flesh piece by piece and make him wish he was dead." Nada was completely enraged. He ordered his 8 lackeys to capture Lucy. Since Lucy was standing next to Qin Feng, Nada couldn't just open fire. If he killed Lucy, then he would suffer a great loss. Moreover, Qin Feng had really angered Nada. Nada had never been humiliated in Madagascar. Shooting Qin Feng would be letting this brat off easy. Nada wanted to punish Qin Feng bit by bit. Crack! The 8 lackeys were startled. They hung their guns on their bodies, took out their daggers from their pockets, and surrounded Qin Feng. Lucy's heart almost jumped out of her throat when she was shielded by Qin Feng. Chapter 1182. "Darling, I'm here!" A beautiful figure suddenly appeared. It was Leah, who was holding a military knife and rushing over to help. However, she heard Qin Feng's indifferent voice when she was halfway there. "Xiaoya, go sit at the side." Bang! Before Qin Feng could finish his sentence, a muffled sound was heard. A gust of wind blew past, and everyone's vision was blocked. They could not open their eyes because of the strong wind. Lucy stood in the middle of the gust, but she could not feel the wind at all. She opened her eyes wide and was stunned by the scene before her. Qin Feng turned into a black shadow and flashed in the wind. Wherever he went, screams could be heard. Bang, bang, bang. The gust came and went quickly. It was as if nothing had happened in a few breaths' time. Everything was calm and peaceful. However, everyone was dumbfounded. The 8 strong men under Nada were lying on the ground. Their clothes were tattered, and their skin was covered with wounds and blood stains. It was as if they had fallen into hell. "Do you still want me to beg for mercy?" Qin Feng's voice was cold. He stood at the same spot with his hands behind his back as if he had never moved. Nada's triangular eyes were wide open. He looked at his men lying in a pool of blood and then at Chinfin, who was standing like a pine tree. He even felt like he was dreaming. You dare to hit my men! You don't want to stay in South Africa anymore. Nada was actually afraid of Chinfin's skills. However, he was a big boss. How could he admit defeat so easily? You've already hit me, and you still ask such a stupid question? If you're not convinced, you can fight me one-on-one. Chinfin looked at Nada indifferently. He did not take Nada seriously at all. With Chinfin's current strength and vision, his opponents were unfathomable powerhouses like Ling Jiutian. His opponents were also mysterious organizations like the Verdant Sect, the Martial Art Alliance, and the Outer Martial Arts World. Nada was just a big boss in Madagascar. People like him could not be offended in the eyes of ordinary people. However, to Chinfin, he was trash that could be killed with a raise of his hand. Nada was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. He glared at Chinfin with a sinister expression, but he didn't do anything. After the 8 lackeys fell to the ground, none of them stood up again. They didn't even have the strength to fire a shot. Nada suddenly retreated a few steps. Everyone was confused by his behavior. They thought that this boss had admitted defeat and was preparing to escape. At this moment, Nada suddenly pulled out the gun at his waist and pointed the muzzle at Chinfin's forehead. Ha ha! Brat, so what if you're so good at martial arts? I don't believe that your fists are more powerful than bullets. Cries of surprise rang out in the surroundings. It turned out that Nada had played such a trick. Lucy finally came to her senses. She rushed forward and held Chinfin's arm tightly. She looked at Nadar and pleaded. Big brother Nadar, please don't kill Chinfin. I'm willing to apologize to you. I'll give you as much money as you want. The main reason why Lucy's family could survive in South Africa was because they relied on Nada. Every year, Lucy's father would give Nada tens of millions of dollars in protection fees. Lucy knew that Nada was a money grubber, so she was trying to solve this problem with money. Bah! Do you think I'm a beggar? This bastard injured my lackeys and even dared to attack me. No matter how much money you give him, he still has to die. This time, Nada was really angry. He had been famous in Madagascar for a long time, and it had been many years since he was beaten by someone. Today, he was slapped by a Chinese brat. If he didn't kill Chinfin, how could he continue living in South Africa? Lucy had an anxious look on her face. She didn't know what to do now. The group of rich young masters and bikini beauties didn't dare to speak carelessly either. From the moment Nada appeared, these people were like frightened rabbits. Only Leah had a calm expression as she lay under the parasol and basked in the sun. When Chinfin told her to sit at the side, Leah did not care about this matter anymore, because she was very clear about Chinfin's strength and was not worried at all. Brat, kneel down and kowtow to me. Otherwise, I'll shoot you right now. Earlier, Nada was scared half to death by Chinfin's strength. Now that he pointed his gun at Chinfin, he became arrogant again. Is that so? I'll give you a chance. Throw away your gun and get out of here, and I'll spare your life. Chinfin could tell that Lucy was afraid of Nada. He also guessed that Lucy's family's business depended on Nada. Thus, Chinfin gave Lucy some face. Otherwise, he would have killed Nada with a raise of his hand. Chinfin's words stunned everyone. Everyone looked at him in disbelief. Did this guy grow up eating the guts of a leopard? Nada was stunned. He thought there was something wrong with his ears. The Chinese people he met in South Africa were very obedient, especially when they met a big shot like him. They all had to smile and curry favor with him. However, Chinfin was clearly not that kind of person. Fuck. You're crazy. Go and die. Nada was prepared to humiliate Chinfin first before killing him. However, at this moment, he was so furious that he pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A gust of wind whistled past. However, the sound was very soft, so no one noticed it. The gun in Nada's hand didn't make any sound. Everyone's heart stopped as they waited for the gunshot. 1 second, 3 seconds, 10 seconds. Half a minute passed, and Nada still hadn't fired. The crowd started to discuss. Everyone looked at Nada in confusion. They didn't know what he was doing. Bang! At this moment, Nada fell to the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise. There was a line of blood on Nada's neck. As soon as he landed, his head rolled a few meters away and fell into the pool. Splash! The crowd instantly went into an uproar. They were scared to death by this scene. The people who were soaking in the pool swam towards the shore like crazy. It was as if there was a huge shark hiding in the pool. Dead? Nada is dead? The 8 lackeys lying in a pool of blood were shocked. They couldn't accept the reality in front of them. The rich young masters and the bikini-clad beauties were in a mess. They started to run away like crazy. Crazy, crazy. That guy killed Nada. Madagascar is going to be in chaos. How did he kill Nada? I didn't see anything. Let's run. The people from the Blood Union will definitely come. Sister Lucy is so unlucky. This place is going to be razed to the ground. In just a few minutes, the bustling villa quietened down. The group of rich young masters and beauties had long disappeared. Only Qin Feng, Lucy, and Nada's 8 lackeys were left by the pool. Lucy still hadn't recovered from the shock. Nada actually died in her villa? This matter was too serious. Darling, what should we do with these 8 people? Leah jumped to Qin Feng's side. She was much better than Lucy and didn't care about this matter. Qin Feng casually waved his hand. The 8 people who were groaning in pain on the ground instantly stopped breathing. This miraculous move made Lucy's face pale. Even Leah was shocked. Lucy, find someone to get rid of them. After killing the #1 boss of Madagascar, Qin Feng hugged Leah and went to the recliner to flirt with her. Now that there was no one else in the villa, Qin Feng wanted it to be. Lucy was stunned for a long time. She hurriedly called a few of her trusted subordinates to deal with this matter and ran to Qin Feng's side. You two should leave quickly. I've already booked the plane tickets. Let's go back now. Hurry! Lucy's expression was cold and serious. Now that Nada was dead, Lucy could imagine the scene of the Blood Union coming to kill them. If Qin Feng and Leah didn't leave, they would definitely die. Qin Feng hugged Leah with one hand and drank fruit juice with the other. He looked at Lucy like he was on a vacation and said, You really want me to leave? Can you deal with the organization behind Nada if I leave? Lucy was stunned. She thought that Qin Feng only cared about killing Nada. She didn't think that Qin Feng would think about what would happen next. Since that was the case, this guy still dared to kill Nada? What kind of person was he? Xiao Yahoo, who is he? Lucy felt that something was wrong. Leah pulled Lucy to the recliner and lay on the other side of Qin Feng. She laughed and said, Sister Lucy, I told you to get Qin Feng quickly. This guy is China's Green Dragon, the Martial Arts Alliance Master, and China's #1 hedonistic young master. Who do you think he is? Leah's words were like lightning striking Lucy. She had stayed in South Africa for too long and didn't know much about China's current situation. However, Lucy had heard of the mysterious ancient martial artists in China. She didn't expect Qin Feng to be one of them. Moreover, he was the leader of the Wulin Alliance. No wonder he had such miraculous martial arts skills. Qin Feng? Young Master Qin? Lucy muttered Qin Feng's name in her heart. Suddenly, she exclaimed, He's China's #1 hedonistic young Master Qin? Speaking of Qin Feng, many Chinese people who did business overseas might not be familiar with him. This was because he suddenly rose to prominence in the recent half a year. However, speaking of young Master Qin, everyone in China's upper-class circle knew him. When Lucy found out Qin Feng's identity, she was surprised and happy. It was said that young Master Qin could do whatever he wanted in China. No wonder he was so arrogant in South Africa. That's right, big sister Lucy, isn't my darling young Master Qin? Now do you know how good your little sister is to you? I introduced you to such a good boyfriend. Leah couldn't stop laughing at Lucy's surprised expression. Lucy's heart was filled with shock, and she finally calmed down with great difficulty. She suddenly frowned and looked at the two of them seriously, saying, "Young Master Qin, I know you're very powerful in China, but this is Madagascar, South Africa, after all. This is Nada's world. If you kill Nada now, the Blood Alliance will come soon. They have powerful weapons as their backing, and it's said that they even have tanks." Chapter 1183. In the end, Lucy was still an ordinary person. She had no way of understanding how powerful a true Qi stage martial artist was. From Lucy's point of view, if the Blood Alliance really sent a fully armed team over, no matter how powerful Qin Feng was, he would still be shot through by a hail of bullets. Qin Feng acted as if he did not hear Lucy's words, and continued to lie on the chair and caress the two girls leisurely. Leah also had a calm expression. She understood Qin Feng's strength too well. He was the #1 martial artist in China's secular world. It was rumored that even normal cannons could not kill Qin Feng, so what if the Blood Alliance came with tanks? He would still be beaten by Qin Feng until his teeth fell all over the ground. "Big Sister Lucy, don't worry. As long as Qin Feng is here, he definitely won't let you suffer." Leah comforted Lucy a few more times, but Lucy's brows were still furrowed. She had never seen Qin Feng's true strength with her own eyes, so she could not calm down. Leah understood Lucy's feelings, so she did not say much. When the Blood Alliance really came, Qin Feng would prove himself. However, this was a foreign country, on an island in Madagascar, so Leah could not let Qin Feng suffer. "Darling, what do you plan to do when the Blood Alliance comes?" Leah laid in Qin Feng's embrace like a kitten. "What do you think?" Qin Feng rubbed Leah's jade back and smiled. "This time, we came to South Africa for a mission, and this South African hoodlum organization is the best intelligence station. It is very efficient to let them gather information or inquire about information." When Leah talked about her coming to capture the big drug lord and Qin Feng wanting to destroy the Golden Assassin crew, Qin Feng nodded and said, "According to what you said, it would be more beneficial for me to subdue the Blood Alliance. That's what I think, but it depends on your wishes. If you really want to kill them all, I'll support you." Leah and Qin Feng's conversation made Lucy speechless. She was worried that Qin Feng and Leah would be in trouble when the Blood Alliance came, but in the end, the two of them were talking about whether they should let the Blood Alliance go. "If we can subdue the Blood Alliance, it would be a good choice to let them gather information for us. However, these local hoodlums are like frogs at the bottom of a well. They think they're powerful, so how could they easily obey a foreigner?" Qin Feng looked frivolous, but he had already analyzed the current situation. Leah's big eyes turned as she thought of a way to subdue the Blood Alliance. "That's right, we can ask the Hong sect to step in," Leah suddenly said excitedly. "The Hong sect is the #1 power overseas. They have a lot of people and are widely distributed. In the area of South Africa, the Hong sect also has 3 branch bases, and they have all developed for a few years. Their foundation is relatively stable. Even the local gangs here do not dare to easily offend the Hong sect." As a senior inspector in Hong Kong, Lucy was very familiar with the secret forces in various countries. China had 3 sects and 5 sections. The 3 sects were Dragon Sect, Verdant Sect, and Hong Sect. The Dragon Sect was a governmental force that guarded the peace and harmony of China's secular world. They were mysterious and powerful. The Verdant Sect was an organization of evil cultivators. It had been uprooted by Qin Feng not long ago, but one had to admit that the might of the Verdant Sect was shocking. 2 of the 3 sects were already so powerful. Naturally, the Hong sect was not to be underestimated as well. However, the Hong sect had not developed in China for the past 10 years. As a result, the Hong sect's influence in China was much weaker than the Dragon sect and the Verdant sect. However, the Hong sect was the largest sect in China overseas. Its influence was so great that the Verdant sect and the Dragon sect couldn't compare to it. "That's a good idea. I'll call Chief Wuchang first and ask him to arrange it." Qin Feng patted Leah's perky butt and stood up to make the call. Leah already had a well-thought-out look on her face. She didn't put the blood union in her eyes at all. However, Lucy was still a little worried. She still didn't understand Qin Feng's true strength. After making the call, Qin Feng walked back. Just as he arrived beside the two girls, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the villa. Qin Feng and the Ye's eyes lit up. They knew it was the people from the blood union. Lucy, on the other hand, jumped in fright. She pushed Qin Feng and the Ye away. Big sister Lucy, it's bad. The people from the blood union are here. There are more than 100 of them. Hey! What do you want? This is a private house. You're not allowed to. Bang! A few gunshots came from outside. The bodyguards who wanted to stop the blood union were already lying on the ground. Following that, a group of people swarmed in and fiercely headed towards the open-air swimming pool. The man who walked at the front was tall and sturdy. He had a ponytail and was wearing a black jacket and black leather pants. He wore a pair of boots and carried a gun on his shoulder. He looked like a punk. The man seemed to be the leader of these people. As soon as he walked in, his gaze swept through the crowd and finally fell on Qin Feng. Brat, did you kill my big brother Nadar? The punk man was called Scorpion King. He was Nadar's brother. 10 years ago, the two of them established the blood union in Madagascar. After 10 years of bloodshed, they became the #1 boss in Madagascar. This Scorpion King was the second in command of the blood union. When Lucy saw Scorpion King and hundreds of men with guns standing behind him, she was so scared that her legs turned to jelly. However, she still smiled and walked towards Scorpion King. Big brother Scorpion King, why are you here? And why did you bring so many brothers? What happened? Lucy pretended to be ignorant because Nadar was killed in this villa along with all his men. Lucy still had the illusion that Scorpion King didn't know who killed Nadar. You bitch, still pretending in front of me? Not long ago, a young Chinese model came to me and told me everything that happened here. The one who killed my big brother Nadar is a Chinese pig named Qin Feng. I heard he's your man. Scorpion King's words caused Lucy's heart to palpitate. It seemed like she would not be able to escape from this. Even though Blood Alliance did not bring their tanks over, when she saw the hundreds of fierce-looking hooligans with guns, Lucy's heart sank into complete despair. Big brother Scorpion King, that's my little brother. No, not Qin Feng. That bastard Qin Feng has already escaped. Hurry up and catch him. Lucy was a woman who had seen the world. She quickly calmed down and tried to think of a way to help Qin Feng. Scorpion King's face turned cold. He spat on the ground and cursed. Fuck! I got Qin Feng's photo a long time ago. It's this bastard. Lucy, I can't believe that the blood union has been protecting your family's business all these years. How dare you lie to me? I'm going to bathe this villa in blood today. Scorpion King was completely enraged. He pulled open the bumper of the Laifu, loaded the gun, and aimed at Lucy. Lucy was so scared that she froze on the spot and trembled all over. This was the first time she felt death so close to her. She even forgot to run at this critical moment. After a while, Lucy realized that she wasn't shot. A strong and wide embrace hugged her tightly, and a familiar masculine scent wafted out of his body. Lucy raised her head and saw Qin Feng's handsome and determined side profile. At this moment, her heart melted. She felt that she had completely fallen in love with Qin Feng. Eh? You're quite something, brat. No wonder you killed my big brother Nadar. Looks like his death wasn't in vain. Qin Feng dodged the Scorpion King's shot while hugging Lucy. This scene stunned all the Blood Union gangsters. Even the Scorpion King began to size up Qin Feng again. Pfft. But at this moment, the sound of blood spurting suddenly came from the crowd. Many people did not notice this movement, but a few people around the blood-spurting lackey noticed it. Luca, what happened to you? Big brother Scorpion King, it's bad. Luca's head fell off. The crowd was instantly in an uproar. This group of ferocious and pike-wielding desperados had a terrified expression on their faces. The crowd had parted to form a large circle. The smell of blood wafted in the air. A black gangster lay on the ground with his head separated from his body. He didn't even make a sound before he died. The entire Blood Union was stunned. Even the Scorpion King's eyes widened when he saw this scene. Lucy shuddered. This scene was very familiar to her. Didn't Big Brother Nadar die in such a strange way? Lucy immediately raised her head to look at Qin Feng. She realized that Qin Feng was standing there as if nothing had happened. It was as if the dead gangster had nothing to do with him. Who killed my man? The atmosphere was in a deadlock for a long time. The Scorpion King finally came back to his senses. His expression was ferocious. He looked around and finally, his gaze landed on Qin Feng. This was because Qin Feng and the two girls were the only ones left in the villa. The Scorpion King didn't believe that Leah and Lucy could kill someone. Although he was sure that Qin Feng was the murderer, the Scorpion King's expression changed. He was no longer as fearless as when he first arrived. There was fear hidden in the depths of his eyes. This Qin Feng's method of killing was too amazing. You don't have to doubt it. I killed him. You should be the one beheaded, but I think you're still useful. Now bring the Blood Union people and kneel down to apologize. From now on, listen to my orders, and I can spare your lives. Qin Feng stood by the pool with Lucy in his arms. He was like a towering mountain. His voice was calm, but it emitted a strong aura that made everyone in the Blood Union feel an inexplicable fear. The atmosphere was in a deadlock again. The hundreds of Blood Union outlaws with long spears were actually afraid of Qin Feng. Even the Scorpion King was hesitant. No one knew what he was thinking. Brat, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're good at martial arts. This is Madagascar, the territory of the Scorpion King. Quickly put your hands on your head and squat on the ground. I can spare your life. The Scorpion King was able to reach his current position because he had seen a lot. He heard that there was a group of mysterious and powerful ancient warriors in Huaxia. The Scorpion King guessed that Qin Feng was one of them. Facing such a mysterious person, the Scorpion King didn't dare to act rashly. He said he would spare Qin Feng's life, but in fact, he wanted to kill Qin Feng the moment he squatted on the ground with his hands on his head. He didn't want Qin Feng to have any chance to attack. Seems like you still don't understand? Then I'll add some color to your face. Qin Feng saw through the Scorpion King's trick. The Scorpion King's expression changed immediately. He quickly pulled the trigger and shouted, "Shoot!" Chapter 1184. Bang, 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 bang. Gunshots rang out. In an instant, more than 10 people were shooting. Among them, there were even 2 machine guns that were madly shooting at Qin Feng and Lucy. Lucy was already frightened by the deafening gunshots. She knew that Qin Feng was very powerful, but this time, Lucy didn't have any hope of surviving. She thought that she was going to die with Qin Feng. Leah, who had been leisurely leaning on the recliner, suddenly jumped up. Under the siege of more than 10 guns, Leah was worried about Qin Feng. The gunshots finally stopped after more than 10 seconds. Everyone immediately looked towards the side of the pool, but they realized that the place where Qin Feng and Lucy were standing was empty. Not even a ghost could be seen. The atmosphere instantly became strange. The group of Blood Union members were so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Where are they? Scorpion King was also frightened, but he forced himself to be calm and roared. Boss, did he get knocked into the pool? One of the underlings guessed. Everyone was slightly relieved. Under such a strong attack, how could Qin Feng and Lucy survive? The possibility of them falling into the pool was very high. But in the next second, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. There was no blood on the ground or in the pool. Obviously, they didn't hit their targets. Pissed. The sound of blood spewing spread among the crowd again. This time, there were too many people spewing blood, and it quickly attracted everyone's attention. The crowd was instantly in a mess. A group of men were so scared that they turned their heads and ran like rats. Some people dropped their guns on the ground and didn't dare to pick them up. The crowd dispersed, and everyone could finally see what had happened. On the empty ground, another 11 people had fallen. These people had died in the same way as Luca, with their heads falling to the ground. That bloody scene was even more terrifying than hell. Who did this? If you have the guts, come out. Scorpion King was a black man, but at this moment, he was so scared that he looked white. The group of underlings looked at each other. No one knew what happened. But soon someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Boss Scorpion King, these dead brothers were all the people who fired the gun just now." When this was said, everyone was instantly shocked. As long as the person who fired the gun was dead, how terrifying was this? Could it be that he was cursed? Bullshit, don't scare people here. I've already fired the gun, why am I not dead yet? The Scorpion King was actually scared, but he pretended to be calm and angrily scolded the follower who was talking nonsense. The group of Blood Alliance members lowered their heads and did not dare to speak carelessly. But at that moment, Qianfen, who had disappeared, turned into a pink light, and reappeared in midair with Lucy in his arms. You didn't die because I didn't kill you. Otherwise, how could you have lived until now? Qin Feng stood on the starry sky flying sword and floated in midair like a god descending to the mortal world. This scene completely stupefied everyone. A few of his lackeys were so scared that they even knelt on the ground. The Scorpion King's strong composure could no longer hold on. It was the first time he had seen such a strange scene in his life. Was this the power of the mysterious Huaxia ancient warriors? This simply went against the laws of science. I'll only give you 3 chances, and you've already used them twice. If anyone fires again, I guarantee that you'll end up like the people on the ground. Qin Feng's body emitted waves of true qi, and his voice fell on the hearts of the Blood Alliance members like thunder. Many of them could not withstand Qin Feng's majesty, and their legs turned to jelly as they knelt on the ground like devout believers praying to Buddha. The Scorpion King was completely terrified. An opponent who could fly and kill people without leaving a trace was extremely terrifying. Even a gun could not subdue him, so how could the Scorpion King defeat Qin Feng? Be big brother, please have mercy on us. We offended you. I'll leave with my men now. The Scorpion King, who was arrogant and domineering not long ago, was now scared like a frightened rabbit. Before the Scorpion King and his men left, Qin Feng's voice sounded again. I've told you before that the reason why I'm keeping you alive is that you're still useful. You and the Blood Alliance submit to me now, or else today will be the day you die. The Scorpion King's body froze. He was a big boss, so how could he easily kneel to someone else? But after a moment of hesitation, the Scorpion King finally kneeled in front of Qin Feng. Compared to his life, his dignity was worthless. Swoosh! With a flash of pink light, Qin Feng landed on the ground with Lucy in his arms. When the tip of Lucy's feet touched the ground again, she felt as if she had been in another world. When they were in the air just now, Lucy was dumbfounded. She did not even dare to move as she was afraid that she would fall from the sky with Qin Feng. Qin Feng landed in front of the Scorpion King, and the Scorpion King trembled in fear. Big brother Qin Feng, I, the Scorpion King, am willing to follow you from now on and listen to your orders. The Scorpion King submitted to Qin Feng without a second thought. Since even the big boss had knelt, the remaining 80+ Blood Alliance members all knelt in front of Qin Feng and Lucy. Big brother Qin Feng! Their shouts were like thunder, and Lucy finally regained her senses. However, the shock in Lucy's eyes had yet to fade away. Looking at the most powerful Blood Alliance in Madagascar kneeling in front of her, Lucy never thought that such a day would come. Qin Feng's face was indifferent, as if he did not see the Blood Alliance members. He hugged Lucy and walked to Lia's parasol. Then, he said indifferently, You're the Scorpion King, right? Come here, I have something to tell you. After Qin Feng gave the order, the Scorpion King trembled as he walked to him. As for the rest of the Blood Alliance members, they were still kneeling on the ground. Without Qin Feng's order, they did not dare to move an inch as they were afraid that their heads would suddenly disappear. Qin Feng hugged the 2 girls and lay on the chair. The Scorpion King stood at the side with his head lowered. He did not even look at Qin Feng and the two girls. Big brother Qin, just tell me what you need. You're the biggest beneficiary of Nadar's death. You've been the second in the Blood Alliance for almost 10 years, and you've had the intention to rebel for a long time, haven't you? Now that I've helped you destroy Nadar and you've become the ruler of Madagascar, not only did you not thank me, you even brought people to cause trouble for me. You're not a kind person. Qin Feng's words stunned the Scorpion King. Every word he said was the truth, and it revealed the deepest secret in the Scorpion King's heart. As the second in command of the Blood Alliance, the Scorpion King had been thinking about his boss, Nadar, every day and night. He did not dare to attack Nadar because he was afraid that he would be the one to suffer if his rebellion failed. Today, when he suddenly learned that Nadar had been killed, the Scorpion King was extremely excited. He pretended to be in pain and anger because he wanted to destroy Qin Feng and take over his position as the leader of the Blood Alliance. Big brother Qin, I've never thought about that. The Scorpion King did not mean what he said. When he said that, his voice became much softer. Qin Feng sneered and said, You know best whether you've thought about it or not. Besides, I'm not interested in the internal conflicts of the Blood Alliance. The reason why I said that is because I hope that you'll work hard for me in the future. As long as you perform well, I won't mistreat you. Qin Feng's words showed that he had something on the Scorpion King. Although Qin Feng did not take the Scorpion King and the Blood Alliance seriously, he still needed the Scorpion King's help to gather more information in the future. Qin Feng hoped that the Scorpion King would be more proactive and reliable. The way the Scorpion King looked at Qin Feng had completely changed. He realized that not only was Qin Feng skilled in martial arts, but he was also very smart. Big brother, I'm willing to serve you. I'm willing to follow you from now on. The Scorpion King was not convinced by Qin Feng's words, but he did not dare to have any evil thoughts now. He was afraid that he would be killed if he played with Qin Feng's brain. Seeing that the Scorpion King was completely subdued, Qin Feng went straight to the point. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm the representative of the Hong sect in South Africa. We can work together in the future. I'll ask you a few questions, and you have to answer me truthfully. The Scorpion King almost fainted after Qin Feng revealed his identity. Qin Feng's personal strength was already intimidating enough, but his background was even more frightening. The Hong sect had a huge influence overseas, and they almost dominated half of South Africa. How could bandits like the Scorpion King compare to them? If you really provoke the Hong sect, they could bring people to destroy your organization and base at any time. Oh, you're the boss of the Hong sect. Please forgive me if I've offended you earlier. Big brother, please ask me anything. I'll tell you everything I know. The Scorpion King was completely convinced by Qin Feng, and he did not dare to have any evil thoughts anymore. Qin Feng nodded and said, Do you know of a drug lord in South Africa nicknamed Firebird? Qin Feng first asked about Leah. The Scorpion King's expression changed drastically. He trembled and said, Big brother, the Firebird is the biggest drug lord in South Africa. He controls all the secret transactions between South Africa and the neighboring countries. I heard that he has recently started his business in China and Hong Kong. This guy is ruthless and suspicious. He's been famous in South Africa for more than 10 years, but he hasn't been caught yet. Big brother, are you looking for trouble with him? Firebird was the overseas drug lord that Leah had sent to capture. This Firebird was only his code name. According to the Hong Kong police's secret investigation, this Firebird's true identity was a big shot in Hong Kong. He later killed someone and fled the country. He did not expect that he would be doing well in South Africa. Because the Firebird was a fugitive from China and Hong Kong, Leah came all the way here to capture him. Judging from the Scorpion King's reaction, it seemed that he was afraid of the Firebird. This was not strange. The Firebird was a famous drug lord in South Africa. He had power and territory all over South Africa. The Scorpion King and Nada were only local snakes in Madagascar. How could they compare to those fierce dragons? You guessed right. I'm looking for trouble with that guy. Do you have a way to contact him? Qin Feng asked calmly as if he was talking about something unimportant. The Scorpion King was shocked by Qin Feng's calmness. Even if you're the representative of the Hong sect in South Africa, you can't ignore the existence of Brother Firebird. The Hong sect was indeed powerful, but they were overseas after all. Not many people knew the Firebird's real identity. The Scorpion King and the other locals thought that the Firebird was also a South African local. Big brother, I advise you not to provoke the Firebird. Rumor has it that he has thousands of subordinates, and has built more than 10 bases in South Africa. He also smuggles firearms in the dark. Even our blood union's firearms were bought from him. The Firebird is a real South African boss. He even has armored tanks. Big brother will be at a disadvantage if you go against him. The Scorpion King's words stunned Leah and Lucy. This Firebird was practically the local tyrant of South Africa. Qin Feng was also shocked. He was not afraid of the Firebird's power. He was glad that he met Leah when he came to South Africa for a mission. Otherwise, Leah would definitely be in trouble if she had to face such a powerful overseas drug lord alone. For the fastest and error-free reading, please bookmark this site and read the latest. Chapter 1185. Qin Feng, I didn't expect the Firebird to develop to this stage. What should we do? Leah was a little worried. This was originally a case given to her by the Hong Kong police. Leah didn't want to drag Qin Feng into this. Lucy was even more nervous than Leah. A blood alliance was enough to shock Lucy, let alone a South African big shot like the Firebird. Moreover, Lucy didn't know that the person Leah came to catch this time was the Firebird. Otherwise, she would have fainted from fright. Qin Feng, why do you have to offend the Firebird? I advise you not to act rashly, or else it will be very dangerous. Lucy looked at Qin Feng anxiously. Even the Scorpion King was frightened by Qin Feng's audacity. Seeing that Lucy had spoken, the Scorpion King quickly followed Lucy's words to persuade Qin Feng. Big brother Qin Feng, sister-in-law Lucy is right. Madagascar is Big Brother's world. Why don't Big Brother stay here and enjoy the glory and splendor with the two sisters-in-law? Why do you have to offend the Firebird? That guy is really not to be trifled with. Everyone looked at Qin Feng in fear, but Qin Feng's expression didn't change as he said, What, are you afraid? The Scorpion King trembled and said cautiously, Big brother Qin Feng, I only have this many people in the Blood Alliance. The firearms are all from the Firebird. I really can't beat him. Qin Feng laughed faintly. Don't worry, I didn't say I want your Blood Alliance to fight against the Firebird. I just need you to introduce me to the Firebird and let me see the Firebird. As for the aftermath, you don't have to worry. Qin Feng's words stunned the Scorpion King. The reason why the Scorpion King was so afraid was because he thought that Qin Feng planned to use the Blood Alliance as cannon fodder to attack the Firebird. After all this time, wasn't that the case? The Scorpion King couldn't understand Qin Feng again. Big brother really only need me to introduce you to the Firebird? Big brother, although your skills are great, I don't recommend you to find trouble with the Firebird. The Scorpion King said. The Scorpion King and the others were afraid of the Firebird, but Qin Feng didn't care about the Firebird. He waved his hand and said impatiently, You don't have to ask about my matters. You should think about how to introduce me. The Scorpion King persuaded Qin Feng out of concern for his little brother. Seeing that Qin Feng was determined to get the Firebird, the Scorpion King didn't dare to say anything more. The atmosphere became quiet. Leah looked at Qin Feng with a touched expression, while Lucy's eyes were filled with worry. The Scorpion King stood at the side, his eyes darting around. With Big Brother here, it won't be difficult to see the Firebird. As long as you have enough money, you can see it. The Scorpion King shouted in surprise. Money is not a problem, Qin Feng said calmly. Scorpion King believed that Qin Feng was rich because he was the representative of the Hong sect in South Africa. After so many years of development, the Hong sect must be very rich. Big brother, that Firebird does illegal business in the end. His two main businesses are drugs and firearms. I've always been in contact with Firebird's firearms business, and I know one of his subordinates, Ali. If Big Brother spends a lot of money to buy firearms or drugs, I believe you can see the Firebird. The Scorpion King's suggestion was feasible. Qin Feng and Leah looked at each other and nodded. Qin Feng immediately said, "How much did you trade with the Firebird amount to? What's Ali's position on the Firebird's side?" "It's not a big deal for me. I buy 50 to 60 million worth of firearms every year. Ali's position is not low, and he can be considered as the Firebird's right-hand man. If Big Brother can spend about 1 billion to trade, I believe Brother Firebird will take the initiative to show up." 1 billion was an amount of money that ordinary people could not earn even in 10 lifetimes, but it was not worth mentioning in Qin Feng's eyes. "We'll do as you say. Help me contact Ali as soon as possible, and then ask him to introduce me to the Firebird." Qin Feng had already decided on the plan. This time, Qin Feng came to South Africa mainly to eradicate the Golden Assassin crew. After that, he had to rush back to see Ling Jiutian and ask about his mother's whereabouts and the secret of the system. Qin Feng did not want to spend too much time in South Africa. He planned to settle Lia's matter as soon as possible and then move on to his own matters. The Scorpion King had already left with a group of Blood Union members. When they left, they also took the bodies of the 12 dead people with them. The villa and the poolside were clean as if nothing had happened here. "Qin Feng, do you really want to go against the Firebird? Why did you come to South Africa this time?" Once the Blood Union left, Lucy asked all the questions in her heart. She could finally tell that Qin Feng did not come to play with Leah. He came with a purpose. Qin Feng lay under the parasol and smiled without saying a word. Leah went up and pulled the anxious Lucy to sit down. She comforted her. "Sister Lucy, don't worry about Qin Feng. Although the Firebird is powerful, it is nothing in Qin Feng's eyes. You can't imagine how powerful Qin Feng is now, but you will naturally understand when you get to know him for a long time." However, Lucy was still worried. No matter how powerful a person was, he would still die under guns and cannons. "Is there no room for discussion about this? Did the Firebird offend Qin Feng?" Lucy wanted to persuade her again. Leah smiled bitterly and said, "Forget it, Sister Lucy. I'll tell you the truth. This time, I was sent to South Africa by my superiors to catch a drug lord who escaped from Hong Kong. That person is the Firebird. The reason why Qin Feng wants to see the Firebird is to help me catch him." After Leah finished speaking, Lucy was suddenly stunned. After all this time, Qin Feng was helping Leah solve the case. Lucy sized up Qin Feng once again. This guy was leisurely lying on the chair, as if he wouldn't panic even if the sky fell down. His big hands were constantly touching Leah's body, and from beginning to end, he had the appearance of a hedonistic and frivolous man. However, this seemingly unreliable man, in order to protect his own woman, did not hesitate to become enemies with the South African big shots. At this moment, Lucy's heart trembled. She suddenly wanted to become Qin Feng's woman and receive his protection for the rest of her life. After knowing the truth, Lucy didn't try to persuade Qin Feng anymore. She knew that it was useless. Too many big things had happened today, and all of them were things that Lucy didn't even dare to think about in the past. Lucy left Qin Feng and Leah alone and went back to her room to rest. Only Qin Feng and Leah were left in the backyard of the villa. The two of them didn't have any scruples and flirted on the reclining chair for a while, then ran to the pool to play. In the end, Qin Feng's beach pants were gone, and Leah's yellow bikini was nowhere to be seen. The two of them really ran around the backyard empty-handed, and that scene was exciting enough to watch. "Leah, Qin Feng need dinner." "Ah. You guys are too shameful." When the sky turned dark, Lucy suddenly walked over. Just as she was about to call Qin Feng and Leah to eat, she was scared by the embarrassing scene in front of her and turned around to run. Lucy had already returned to the dining table in the villa and sat down, but her mind was uncontrollably filled with the fleeting glimpse from before. Qin Feng's body was tall and sturdy, and his well-built muscles made Lucy's heart beat faster. After all, Lucy was already 25 years old this year, but she still hadn't tasted the forbidden fruit. After seeing Qin Feng's body, her mind was filled with wild thoughts. Hee hee. Sister Lucy, why are you running? Could it be that you're shy? Leah and Qin Feng had already walked into the villa with a smile on their faces. Lucy secretly glanced at them, and seeing that the two of them had put on their clothes, her worried heart finally calmed down. Why would I be shy? The young Chinese men and women in South Africa are very open, and there are many people like you who run naked. It's not like I haven't seen it before. Lucy was pretending to be calm. However, her crimson-red face and slightly trembling body betrayed her, causing Leah and Qin Feng to find it funny. Since Sister Lucy is so open, then let's accompany Qin Feng to the backyard to swim naked after dinner. Leah had already sat down next to Lucy, and deliberately joked to tease Lucy. Lucy was so shocked that the knife and fork in her hand fell onto the plate, causing Leah to laugh continuously. Hee hee! Darling, look how excited Sister Lucy is. When she heard that she was going to swim naked with you after dinner, she was so excited that she threw away her knife and fork. She really wants to accompany you right now. The dinner was steak and salad. Qin Feng sat at the other end of the square table, and as he cut the steak, he smiled at Lucy and said, All right, then I won't eat any more. Sister Lucy, let's go play with mandarin ducks now. Leah and Qin Feng teased Lucy together, causing Lucy to be so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole to hide in. She immediately picked up her knife and fork, and buried her head in her food. I'm not full yet, we'll talk about it later. Qin Feng and Leah couldn't stop laughing. This meal was joyous and harmonious. After the meal, Leah tactfully left first. Before she left, she even smiled at Lucy. Sister Lucy, I've been on the plane for a whole day, and I've played with Qin Feng for the whole afternoon. I'll go rest first. Tonight you serve Qin Feng. Lucy was pretending to bury her head in her food, and immediately jumped up in fright. Xiaoya, wait for me, I'm going to rest too. Sister Lucy, where are you going to rest? If I remember correctly, you promised to go to my room tonight at noon. Why don't we sleep in your room tonight? Qin Feng laughed. Lucy suddenly stopped in the middle of running. This was indeed what she had said when she made a bet with Leah, and Lucy was also a person who kept her word. Today, she thought that she had lost the gold mine to Zhang Hua, and was even prepared to call her father to explain this matter. Now that Qin Feng had suggested sleeping with her, Lucy was really depressed to death. Then I'm not feeling well tonight. How about changing the time? Lucy looked at Qin Feng guiltily. Qin Feng sat leisurely at the dining table, and said with an indifferent expression, Up to you, if you don't want to keep your promise, I won't force you. Lucy's heart suddenly tightened. Although Qin Feng had already expressed his intention to let her go, Lucy still felt a little apologetic. She was the one who had made the bet with Leah. How could she go back on her word now that she had lost? Then I'll go to my room first. Turn right on the 3rd floor, it's the innermost room. Just come up after you finish eating. Lucy hesitated for a moment, but in the end she gritted her teeth and ran upstairs. At most, she would just accompany Qin Feng for a night. She couldn't be a person who went back on his word. For the fastest and error-free reading, please bookmark this site to read the latest. Chapter 1186. Watching Lucy running up the stairs like a frightened rabbit, Qin Feng was overjoyed. Actually, Qin Feng didn't take the bet seriously. It was Leah who suggested it to Lucy. Qin Feng just wanted to tease Lucy and add some fun to his trip to South Africa. After Lucy left, Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he leisurely enjoyed his steak and red wine. After eating for more than half an hour, Qin Feng finally went upstairs to satiate himself. When he arrived at the 3rd floor, he didn't go to Lucy's room. Instead, he found an empty room and slept. In the master bedroom on the 3rd floor, Lucy had already finished showering. She wore a white bath towel, exposing her snow-white shoulders and beautiful legs to the air. The bathtub was filled with warm water and sprinkled with flower petals. This was the bathwater Lucy prepared for Qin Feng. Ever since Lucy returned to her room, her heart had been racing. She lay on the big bed and watched TV, but she couldn't focus on anything. Her mind was filled with the scene of Qin Feng entering the room. This was Lucy's first time, so it would be strange if she wasn't nervous. Why isn't he here yet? Lucy waited for Qin Feng for almost an hour. She ran out of the car and touched the temperature of the bathtub. The water in the bathtub had become cold. Can't Qin Feng find my room? I'd better go out and take a look. Since Lucy had agreed to fulfill her bet tonight, she decided to throw caution to the wind. She walked barefoot on the pure white wool carpet and walked all the way to the dining room on the first floor. However, Qin Feng was nowhere to be seen. His empty plate and half-drunk glass of red wine were placed on the table. Looks like he really can't find my room. I'd better find him. Lucy blushed, but she gritted her teeth and started to look for Qin Feng on the third floor. Lucy's villa was magnificent. It was like a palace. There were more than a dozen rooms on the third floor. When Lucy found the fifth room, she finally saw Qin Feng sleeping on the bed. Qin Feng? Are you asleep? Lucy turned on the light and said softly. Qin Feng was already sleeping soundly and didn't respond at all. Lucy felt an indescribable sense of loss and guilt. She clearly lost the bet, so she should have taken the initiative to bring Qin Feng to her room tonight. But in the end, she let Qin Feng sleep alone. This made Lucy feel as if she had violated her honor. Lucy quietly climbed onto the bed and slowly burrowed into Qin Feng's embrace. Ever since she was young, she had only been hugged by her father to sleep. This was the first time she slept with another man. Qin Feng's embrace was warm and wide. Lying in it was very comfortable. Lucy's originally nervous mood calmed down. She felt a sense of security as she lay in Qin Feng's embrace. Ah! Lucy suddenly cried out in alarm. She realized that Qin Feng's large hand had unknowingly touched her chest. Lucy was about to struggle free, but in the end, she stopped. She owed Qin Feng a night, and this was what he deserved. Closing her eyes, Lucy pretended not to know anything. In the end, Qin Feng's large hand started to touch her entire body. Qin Feng was still half asleep. He knew that there was a woman on the bed, but Qin Feng naturally thought that it was Leah. This girl had been crazy with him for an entire afternoon, and she was still not satisfied? At night, she came to seduce him again. Qin Feng was also a little tired today. He didn't even want to open his eyes, and just touched her based on his feelings. Gradually, Qin Feng became excited, and simply hugged Leah and fiercely attacked. Qin Feng had already forgotten what time he had gone crazy last night. He felt that Leah had become a little immature, and her body had also changed. The next day, when Qin Feng woke up naturally, he was shocked when he opened his eyes. He discovered that the woman lying in his arms was not Leah, but Lucy. You're awake? Lucy had woken up a long time ago, and had been lying in Qin Feng's embrace the entire time without getting up. This was the first man in her life, and Lucy really wanted to sleep in Qin Feng's embrace like this. Their eyes met, and Qin Feng suddenly sat up. He pulled open the blanket and looked at the situation inside. He and Lucy were both naked. When did you get on my bed? Qin Feng was extremely depressed. He had been forced by Lucy? Lucy felt more or less wronged. Last night, she was almost killed by Qin Feng, but in the end, Qin Feng still blamed her for her attitude when he woke up. I waited for you in the bedroom last night, but you didn't come. I thought you couldn't find a room, so I came to you, Lucy said with a bit of grievance. Qin Feng suddenly woke up. After all this time, the person he was happy with last night wasn't Leah, but Lucy. Cough, cough. That bet was just a joke between Leah and you. We didn't take it seriously. And you really came? Qin Feng looked at Lucy gloomily. Only then did he realize that this woman was quite naive. Lucy felt even more wronged. She had lost her chastity, so what was the use of Qin Feng saying such words? I understand I'm leaving." Lucy's mood was extremely bad. She got off the bed and walked out. Qin Feng looked at the lonely figure of this woman and couldn't bear to leave. "Lucy, come back. I didn't tell you to leave. Where do you want to go?" When Lucy reached the door, her body suddenly froze. She turned around and looked at Qin Feng with a bit of surprise. "Then why do you want me to stay?" Qin Feng leaped and instantly arrived beside Lucy. He carried her and flew to the bed. "What do you think? Last night, I mistook you for Xiaoya. Now, I want to taste your unique scent again." The news of the death of Madagascar's Blood Union's boss, Nadar, seemed to have spread throughout Madagascar overnight. However, no one knew how this matter was resolved. Even those who attended the party at Lucy's house didn't know, because they had already left before the Blood Union came to deal with Qin Feng. "Have you guys heard? Boss Nadar is dead." The streets and alleys of Madagascar were filled with people discussing this matter. "Fuck! Lower your fucking voice. Right now, everyone in Madagascar knows that Big Brother Nadar is dead. It's fine if you keep this in your heart. If the Blood Union hears this, they'll kill you." "That's right, who killed Nadar? I heard it's a Chinese brat. He's really brave. He even dared to kill Big Brother Nadar. What's the use of guts? That brat is a retard. I think he's already dead by now. Don't believe those rumors. This is Madagascar, Nadar's territory. How could he be killed by a Chinese brat? I heard that the second in command of the Blood Union, the Scorpion King, has been eyeing Nadar's position for a long time." "Fussy. Don't talk nonsense. If you want to talk, go somewhere else. Don't drag us into this." As a local tyrant, Nadar's death caused a huge uproar in Madagascar. On another island in the southwest of the Indian Ocean, someone was also discussing this matter. "Dad, I heard that Madagascar's Nadar is dead. This is a great opportunity for us to make a move." In a private mansion in Mauritius, Zhang Hua was constantly persuading a middle-aged man sitting on the sofa. The man was his father, Zhang Yunqing, who was also a business tycoon in the South African Chinese circle. Zhang Yunqing was dressed in a suit. He crossed his legs and leaned on the sofa, smoking a cigar. With a cold expression, he said, "You brat, as soon as you came back, you persuaded me to suppress Lucy's family's business. Haven't you always been interested in Lucy? What are you hiding from me now? Say it." Zhang Hua's petty thoughts did not escape Zhang Yunqing's eyes. Zhang Yunqing had been in the business world for more than 10 years and was a sly old fox. Being questioned by his father, Zhang Hua suddenly lost his confidence. He said carefully, I went to Lucy's house the day before yesterday and lost our family's #1 gold mine and #1 oil field." As soon as Zhang Hua finished his words, Zhang Yunqing was dumbfounded. He did not even notice that the cigar in his hand had fallen to the ground. For this tycoon to lose his composure like this, it showed the importance of the #1 gold mine and #1 oil field. "You bastard, I'll beat you to death." After a few seconds of silence, Zhang Yunqing immediately jumped up and lashed out at Zhang Hua furiously. He scolded as he slapped. "You wastrel, what else can you do besides spending money to pick up girls? I've indulged you in the past, but this time you gambled with the #1 gold mine and #1 oil field? Have you lost your mind?" Zhang Hua was slapped all the way back, but he did not even dare to let out a fart. He was very clear about the importance of the #1 gold mine and #1 oil field. These were the two most important industries in his father's hands. They could bring in billions of profits every year. It was no wonder that Zhang Yunqing was so angry. "Dad, please don't hit me. Things have already happened. Let's think of a countermeasure." Zhang Hua felt that he was about to faint from the slaps and had to beg for mercy. Zhang Yunqing finally calmed down after slapping him for so long, but he still glared at Zhang Hua with a cold face. "Tell me, what's going on? Dad, it's a brat from China who's spoiled my plan. I planned to find Lucy to cultivate a relationship. If I can pick up that girl, her father's family business will be ours in the future. But when I went there, I met a brat called Qin Feng. He gambled with me and won. I bet on the #1 oil field and #1 gold mine. After Zhang Hua finished his words, Zhang Yunqing was angry again, but he forced himself to calm down. You lost in the gambling? How could that brat win against you? Zhang Yunqing quickly saw through the suspicious points of the matter. Zhang Yunqing was quite confident in his son's gambling skills. He had learned it from the Hong Kong gold medal dealer, second master he. Zhang Hua said gloomily. That brat's gambling skills are better than mine, but he kept acting cool. I accidentally fell into his trap. Zhang Yunqing was really angry at his useless son. After a moment of silence, he shouted, We can't give the #1 oil field and #1 gold mine to Lucy's family. If that's the case, we can't stay in South Africa anymore. We can just drink the sea breeze in the future. Chapter 1187. Dad, of course I won't give the #1 oil field and gold mine to Lucy. I'm not an idiot, Zhang Hua quickly declared. Zhang Yunqing glared at his son and said, You're not an idiot? You're almost an idiot. You lost in a gambling game in Lucy's villa. If you don't give the oil field and gold mine to her, I'll lose my face. Zhang Yunqing was now depressed to death. He would never admit to this bet, but it was inevitable that he would lose face. What's more, Zhang Yunqing and Lucy's father, Gui Yifan, were big business rivals. Gui Yifan would definitely take this opportunity to suppress him. Since Zhang Hua took the initiative to come back to discuss this matter with his father, he naturally already had his own plan. Dad! That's why I told you before. Madagascar's big boss, Nadigo, died 2 days ago. I heard he died in Lucy's villa. Gui Yifan and his men can't even protect themselves now. Why would they care about the oil field and gold mine? Zhang Yunqing was busy negotiating a big business deal and didn't pay attention to the outside world. Zhang Yunqing's expression changed. He stared at his son and asked, Are you serious? Don't you fucking joke with me about this. If Nada's subordinates hear this, you'll be dead. Zhang Yunqing thought his son was trying to avoid responsibility. Zhang Hua's mouth twitched. No matter how brave he was, he wouldn't dare to joke about the death of the Blood Union's big boss. Dad! Is there a need for me to lie to you about this? You can just make a call and ask someone. Zhang Yunqing started to take this seriously because he realized his son didn't seem to be joking. Haha! Good, even the heavens are helping me. Gui Yifan is competing with me for a diamond mine in Somalia. Let's see how he's going to compete with me now. I'm afraid he's been killed by the Blood Union. Zhang Yunqing was elated. Because of Nadigo's death, he didn't have to worry about the oil field and gold mine anymore. He even had one less competitor to bid for the new project. Zhang Yunqing and Zhang Hua, father and son, were still daydreaming. They thought that Gui Yifan, his daughter, and Qin Feng were all dead, but Qin Feng had been staying in the villa for the past few days. With the two great beauties, Lucy and Leah, accompanying him every day, Qin Feng was extremely happy. Early in the morning, when the three of them had just finished their meal and were playing in the open-air swimming pool, the Scorpion King hurried over. Brother Qin, sisters-in-law, good morning! The last time the Scorpion King came to Lucy's villa, he had brought hundreds of brothers with him. This time, however, he was alone and didn't dare to carry a single weapon. The two girls shyly ran away from Qin Feng's embrace and went to the side to play. Qin Feng leaped lightly and instantly landed beside the Scorpion King. The Scorpion King was so scared that it almost knelt down. Tell me, is there any news? Qin Feng grabbed a dry towel and wiped his hair and arms. The Scorpion King said carefully, I've contacted Ali. He said he'll come over this afternoon to talk to you face to face. Qin Feng was already lying on the bench, leisurely drinking fruit juice. The last time the Scorpion King left, Qin Feng arranged for him to contact the Firebird. He didn't expect that after only 3 days, the Firebird would make a move. You did well. Tell me the details of your conversation with Ali, lest we get exposed, Qin Feng said indifferently. I told him everything according to Brother Qin's wishes. He said that you're a big investor from China, and that you want to do drug business. Moreover, you have more than 1 billion yuan to spare. The Scorpion King was very quick-witted. Just as he finished speaking, one of the villa's bodyguards suddenly ran in. What's going on? Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and asked the bodyguard. The bodyguard looked at Qin Feng and didn't say anything. Then, he walked to the side of the pool and said to Lucy, Sister Lucy. Lucy and Leah had just swum to the shore. Before the bodyguard could finish his sentence, Lucy walked to the side of the pool and slapped him. Qin Feng asked you a question. Why did you ignore him? From now on, he's the male owner of this villa. Open your eyes wide. Lucy's heart was filled with anger. Ever since she had sex with Qin Feng that night, she completely obeyed Qin Feng. The bodyguard trembled in fear. He hurriedly turned around and apologized to Qin Feng. Young Master Qin, I'm sorry. Qin Feng waved his hand and interrupted the bodyguard. He didn't care about these things. Don't talk nonsense. Is someone here? Although Qin Feng was at the villa's open-air pool, he could feel an unfamiliar aura coming from outside the villa. This was the sharpness of a normal person's senses after stepping into the true Qi stage. Yes, young Master Qin. A man who calls himself Ali is at the door with his 4 lackeys. Just as the bodyguard finished speaking, Qin Feng and the other 3's expressions changed. The Scorpion King trembled in fear and immediately knelt in front of Qin Feng. Big brother Qin, I don't know what's going on. Ali and I agreed to meet at 4 in the afternoon. I didn't think he would come now. I didn't lie to you. The Scorpion King broke out in a cold sweat. Qin Feng could tell that he wasn't lying. It seemed that Ali purposely changed the meeting time. This brat was quite vigilant. Lucy, take Xiaoya to the villa and hide. Qin Feng quickly calmed down and started to arrange for everyone. You go invite the guests outside in. Be more enthusiastic. Qin Feng ordered the bodyguard. The bodyguard, who originally looked down on Qin Feng, now nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice and ran away. Lucy took Xiaoya to hide in the villa. Leah was Hong Kong's senior inspector. If Ali saw Leah, he would probably recognize her because the Firebird was a big shot who escaped from Hong Kong. He was very familiar with Hong Kong. Just as the 2 women entered the villa, the bodyguard brought a group of people in. The man walking at the front wore a bright white suit that was somewhat dazzling under the sunlight. He combed his hair like Shanghai's brother Feng and was a Chinese. Behind the Chinese man were 4 black-clothed bodyguards, all of whom were dark-skinned locals. Young Master Feng, he's here, the bodyguard said respectfully to Qin Feng. Because young Master Qin's name was too famous in China, Qin Feng had already told everyone to call him Young Master Feng. Search his lower body. Qin Feng lay on the bench as if he didn't care about Ali and the others. The Scorpion King stood nervously at the side. This was the Firebird's right-hand man, but Qin Feng actually ignored him. Sir, please open your arms for a body search. The bodyguard was also nervous, but he was more afraid of Qin Feng. Ali's gaze had already fallen on Qin Feng. His expression was somewhat cold, and he was obviously very dissatisfied with Qin Feng's attitude. Scorpion King, this is the young Master Feng you introduced? How arrogant! Ali didn't cooperate with the bodyguard's body search. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and glared at Qin Feng. The Scorpion King didn't dare to offend either side, so he hurriedly smiled apologetically. Ha ha! Brotherly, this is young Master Feng's private villa. Anyone who enters must be searched. I'm also not armed, so I can only enter. I hope Brotherly can understand. Everyone spoke in English. Qin Feng leisurely drank his juice and didn't pay much attention to Ali. The dissatisfied Ali suddenly laughed. Ha ha! A body search is a must. Our boss loves to work with vigilant people. Otherwise, he'll be tricked sooner or later. Ali already opened his arms. He was testing Qin Feng to see if he was suitable for further cooperation. The bodyguard searched the 5 people. Ali didn't have any weapons on him. The 4 bodyguards were temporarily detained after they found 4 pistols and 4 military knives. Brotherly! Without weapons, the 4 black-clothed bodyguards instantly felt insecure. They all looked at Ali. Ali waved his hand and said, "You guys just stand here. This is a friend that the Scorpion King introduced, so there's no problem." Ali already strode towards Qin Feng. He first went up and hugged the Scorpion King. "Brotherly, thank you for believing in me." The Scorpion King smiled as he patted Ali's back. "What are you saying? We've worked together more than 10 times, so we're considered old friends. I heard that your big brother Nada died a few days ago. What's going on?" Ali suddenly asked. The Scorpion King was shocked when he heard about Nada, but he quickly laughed and said, "Ha ha! Brotherly, you and I both know about this, so I don't have to explain it so clearly, right? On this island of Madagascar, besides me, who else do you think would do this?" Nada spoke in code, but Ali understood. He patted the Scorpion King's shoulder and said with a smile, "Brat, you've got guts. Killing the boss to usurp the throne? I'm not as ruthless and ambitious as you. Ha ha. Let's not talk about this. I'm actually quite guilty, but we're all in this business, so we often have no choice. Brotherly, you should understand." I understand. Oh right, why don't you introduce us to each other?" Ali chatted with the Scorpion King for a long time, but he had already changed the topic to Qin Feng. The Scorpion King hurriedly said, "Brotherly, this is young Master Feng, a wealthy businessman from China." "Young Master Feng, this is the brotherly I've been talking about. He has a lot of goods, and as long as young Master Feng can pay the price, brotherly can provide the goods." After the Scorpion King introduced each other, Ali took the initiative to ask, "Young Master Feng, how much goods do you want to buy this time?" Qin Feng had already gotten up from the recliner. He looked at Ali and said, "I still don't know the quality of your goods. Buy a small amount for the first batch. Give me 50 million, and if the goods are good, I'll immediately add 1 billion worth of goods." Although the Firebird had been doing business for more than 10 years, it was rare for a big customer to buy 1 billion worth of goods at once. Ali was a little excited, but he maintained a calm expression on his face. "You can ask anyone in South Africa. Our boss, the Firebird, has the best goods. You don't have to worry about the quality. But you're buying 1 billion worth of goods at once, can you sell them?" Chapter 1188. Ha! You guys are so nosy. You even care about where I sell my goods? You guys don't want to make money, right? That's fine. There are many people in South Africa who have goods. I'll just find a few more." Qin Feng suddenly laughed. The Scorpion King and Ali were shocked. The Scorpion King knew Qin Feng wanted to fish out the Firebird behind Ali, but he didn't expect Qin Feng to be so indifferent. Ali panicked. This was a billion-dollar order. If he messed it up, it would be hard to explain. "I'm not being nosy. After all, the quantity of goods is too big. I have to ensure young Master Feng's safety, right? If you get caught, then our boss will also be affected," Ali said honestly. "I know what you mean. Your boss suspects me, and I'm actually wary of you. It's such a big order. If you go back on your word or mix in defective goods, then I'll lose a lot." Of course, Qin Feng wanted to fish out the Firebird. He knew that when dealing with people like the Firebird, the more you begged them, the less they would take you seriously. Now that Qin Feng was doing the opposite, he had clearly captured Ali's heart. "If young Master Feng doesn't have confidence in us, you can ask your friend, the Scorpion King. Our boss has worked with him for many years, and they have a very reliable relationship." Ali looked at the Scorpion King and used his eyes to seek his help. "Don't worry, young Master Feng. I can guarantee that Brother Li and Brother Firebird have a good relationship. Their goods won't be wrong." The Scorpion King and Qin Feng echoed each other. Their acting was very realistic. Qin Feng pretended to be deep in thought. Then he said, "All right, I can transfer 50 million to you first. Then you can send me a batch of goods. I'll make a decision after I see the quality of the goods." Ali suppressed his excitement and said calmly, "Okay, I'll say it again. Our boss has the best goods in all of South Africa. Seeing that the deal was done, Chin Feng felt that Ali's wariness towards him had decreased a lot, so he continued. If there are no problems with this batch of goods, then I'll add 1 billion to buy another batch of goods. You can prepare the goods in advance. Ha. Okay, I'll go back and tell the boss about this. As long as young Master Feng gets the money, you don't have to worry about the goods. Ali was already overjoyed and felt a bit elated. Chin Feng suddenly changed the topic and said, However, I want your boss to personally show up for the next transaction. After all, $1 billion of goods isn't a small amount, so I have to think about it for myself. Ali's expression changed. He looked at Chin Feng cautiously. Young Master Feng, our boss doesn't normally see people. I'll trade with you for the next batch of goods. I can guarantee the quality and safety of the goods, so why bother our boss? Chin Feng and the Scorpion King's hearts sank. They didn't expect Ali to reject the request so firmly. However, Chin Feng quickly calmed down. He pretended to be indifferent and said, I have to trade with my boss for the 1 billion worth of goods. If your boss isn't willing to do it, then I'll find someone else to trade with. I can't bear this risk alone. Chin Feng's attitude was even more resolute than Ali's. Neither side backed down, and the atmosphere instantly became deadlocked. After a whole 5 minutes, no one spoke. Chin Feng suddenly said, Since Big Brother Ali isn't sincere in doing business, then please leave. The Scorpion King started to feel nervous, but Ali stood to the side and didn't leave. Big Brother Ali, I can guarantee that young Master Feng won't have any problems. It's such a big transaction. It's just that I don't have the goods on hand. Otherwise, I would have worked with young Master Feng a long time ago. Big Brother Ali, you have to think carefully. I'm only introducing young Master Feng to you because we've worked together for so many years. The Scorpion King immediately stood up to speak for Chin Feng. Ali's expression changed slightly. He was clearly a bit tempted. After all, this was a $1 billion transaction. I can't make this decision. I'll go back and discuss it with my boss. You guys wait for my news. Ali hesitated for a while, but he didn't agree on the spot. He turned and left. Just as he reached the door of the villa, Chin Feng's voice came. I don't have much patience. I'll only give you 3 days. If you don't reply in 3 days, I'll find someone else. Ali and his 4 bodyguards had been gone for a while. The Scorpion King sat on the ground. His back was already drenched in cold sweat. Those were the Firebird's capable subordinates. Before the Scorpion King met Chin Feng, he never thought that one day he would be deceiving the Firebird's people. Heh! Look at your cowardice. I wonder how you became the boss of Madagascar. Chin Feng laughed as he looked at the Scorpion King, who was about to collapse. The Scorpion King was mocked, but he didn't lose his temper. He had seen Chin Feng's strength, and he admitted that he was not even 1/10 of Chin Feng's strength. Darling, how did it go? Chin Feng, you didn't expose yourself, did you? Leah and Lucy ran over. The 2 girls were dressed in bikinis these days. They were sexy and charming. However, the Scorpion King kept his head down and didn't dare to look at them. That brat is too vigilant. He said he wanted to go back and discuss with the Firebird. It seems like the Firebird is even more cunning. We can't rush to catch him, Chin Feng said while shaking his head. Lucy felt relieved when she saw that Chin Feng was fine. Leah, on the other hand, was frowning. She knew that Chin Feng had a mission in South Africa, so she didn't want to waste too much of his time. Darling, then you go and do your own things. I'll go catch the Firebird by myself. Leah lied in Chin Feng's embrace and whispered. Chin Feng's large hands caressed Leah's body without restraint, and he said softly, No, the Firebird is more powerful than you think. You definitely won't be able to capture him by yourself. I'll help you capture the Firebird, then go find the Golden Assassin crew. How could Chin Feng let Leah do the mission by herself? Leah didn't say anything more because she knew that Chin Feng wouldn't change his mind once he decided on something. Ali's arrival gave Chin Feng and Leah a glimmer of hope. Now, all they had to do was waste time and wait for Ali's news. The Scorpion King had already left. Qin Feng and the two girls continued to play. Then, Lucy's phone rang. "You guys play first. I'm going to take this call." Lucy swam ashore and spoke on the phone for a while. When she came back, her expression had clearly changed. "Xiao Ye, Qin Feng, something happened at home. You guys stay in this villa. I'm going to Somalia and will be back in 2 days." Lucy seemed to be in a hurry. She said goodbye and ran away in a hurry. Qin Feng and Leah also came ashore. They wanted to ask Lucy what happened, but they realized that Lucy had already changed her clothes and left in a car. Madagascar, Mauritius, and Somalia were adjacent to each other. Because the three islands were rich in resources, Gui Yifan's main bases were all nearby. Lucy had already taken a cruise to Somalia. In a villa, her father, Gui Yifan, was anxiously pacing back and forth. "Dad! Is there a problem with the diamond you bought?" Lucy went straight to the point as soon as she entered the house. Gui Yifan was dressed in a black suit. He was tall and burly, had a dignified gaze, and exuded the aura of a big boss. "Lucy, you're here. Take a seat first. It's a long story." Gui Yifan pulled his daughter to sit on the sofa in the living room. Lucy could not sit still and asked, "Dad, what's going on? Aren't you determined to get that diamond mine? Did you not buy it?" Gui Yifan's expression was solemn. He sighed and said, "I bought it. I spent all my assets to buy it." Lucy knew the diamond mine very well. It was a newly discovered diamond mine on Somalia. It was said that this diamond mine could be developed for 50 years and was priceless. Back then, Gui Yifan had said that he would buy this diamond mine no matter how much money he had to spend. It did not matter even if he had to give up all of his assets. Now that Gui Yifan had really bought it, he had a troubled look on his face. "Dad! It's a good thing that you bought it. It's a diamond mine. After developing it for 3 years, you can earn back all the money you invested. It's not a bad deal." Lucy had been in South Africa with her father for so many years. She was also very knowledgeable about investment. She could not understand her father's thoughts. Gui Yifan let out another long sigh and said, "Of course I can make money if I can develop it, but now there's a problem with the diamond mine. The local forces don't recognize the land contract I bought. The Somali pirates over there have informed me to evacuate my men and engineering team as soon as possible. Otherwise, they'll open fire on me." Gui Yifan frowned. This was a famous overseas business tycoon in South Africa, but now it was decadent. Lucy was also shocked by the news. She had been in South Africa for a long time and knew the situation here very well. If you wanted to do business here, you must have a strong backing. The backing of Lucy's family was the Blood Alliance, but the Blood Alliance was a force on Madagascar. Now that the Somali pirates were looking for trouble, Lucy's family could do nothing. "How could this be? We can ask the local Somali government to step in. We bought the land legally." Lucy quickly came up with a plan. Gui Yifan shook his head and sighed. "It's useless. You know that there are constant battles in this area. The Somali pirates are very powerful. If we really ask the government to step in, the pirates will definitely hate us. At that time, let alone the diamond mine, we won't be able to stay in South Africa." What Gui Yifan said was the truth. Lucy was immediately at a loss. "That's not right. The Somali pirates have never robbed land for minerals before. Why are they suddenly going against us this time?" Lucy was a little puzzled. Chapter 1189. Gui Yifan had invested all his assets into the diamond mine on Somali Island. He thought he could make a fortune with it, but he didn't expect all his money to go to waste. Lucy stayed on Somali Island for 2 days. During these 2 days, she and her father were very busy. The Somali pirates' suppression became more and more severe. They forced Gui Yifan to evacuate all the workers and engineers around the diamond mine. Those who refused to leave were killed by the pirates. In the villa on Somali Island, Lucy and Gui Yifan sat on the living room sofa. It was only 2 days, but it felt like 20 years to them. Lucy frowned, and Gui Yifan looked like he had aged more than 10 years. He no longer had the imposing manner of an overseas tyrant. Dad! The diamond mine on this island has been completely seized by the Somali pirates. There's no way for us to get it back. Let's just treat it as a small loss. Let's go back to Madagascar now. There's still a gold mine and an oil field there. We can start over. Lucy was sad, but she still had to comfort her father. Gui Yifan sighed and said, Lucy, I've sold all my assets to buy that diamond mine. Even the gold mine and oil field in Madagascar are gone. Lucy, I'm sorry. I wanted to earn more money for your dowry, but now I have nothing. Daughter, you won't blame me, right? Gui Yifan leaned on the sofa weakly. His eyes were blank, and his face was filled with despair. He knew he was done for. Zhang Yunqing had pushed him into a pit of fire. Lucy didn't expect the situation to be so serious. Dad sold all his assets? Dad! Don't worry. We'll go back to Madagascar now. I won the #1 oil field and gold mine from Shang Hua's family. We'll develop in Madagascar from now on. Lucy suddenly remembered the 2 properties that Qin Feng won from gambling. Moreover, Qin Feng had subdued the Blood Alliance in Madagascar. Lucy believed that as long as they returned to Madagascar, everything would be fine. Lucy missed Qin Feng very much even though she had only been on Somali Island for 2 days. She knew that no one would dare to bully her as long as she was with Qin Feng. Ah? Girl, what did you say? You won Zhang Hua's #1 oil field and gold mine? The dispirited Gui Yifan suddenly sat up straight, as if he had suddenly come back to life. Yes, Dad. A few days ago, 2 Chinese friends came to my house, and I held a party to welcome them. Then, Zhang Hua came, and he gambled with one of my friends in public. Lucy told him the details of what happened at that time. The light in Gui Yifan's eyes grew brighter. If it was just Lucy and Zhang Hua gambling alone, it definitely wouldn't count. But this time, there were so many rich young masters and heiresses watching, how could Zhang Hua not admit it? Damn Zhang Yunqing. He lost our #1 oil field and gold mine, but he didn't give them back. This time, he even secretly cheated me. I'll call him now and ask him if he still has any shame. Gui Yifan was furious. He took out his phone and was about to make a call when a large group of people rushed in. Who are you people? This is a private villa. It's illegal for you to break in the middle of the night. Gui Yifan and Lucy were shocked. There were more than 10 men in black leather jackets with guns at their waists. They had long hair and beards, and they looked like Somali pirates. Ha ha! Gui Yifan, didn't you want to call me? I'm here now. If you have anything to say, just say it to me face to face. Behind the row of Somali pirates, another 2 people walked in. They were Zhang Hua and Zhang Yunqing. Seeing the 2 of them, Gui Yifan understood everything. He had always guessed that Zhang Yunqing had colluded with the pirates to frame him for the diamond mine incident. Now that both sides were on the same side, it was obvious that it was true. Zhang Yunqing, you are worse than a beast. How dare you break into my villa at night? I'll call the police to arrest you. The moment Gui Yifan saw Zhang Yunqing, he lost his mind. Zhang Yunqing smiled at Gui Yifan and said, Go ahead and call the police. No one is stopping you. I'm afraid you'll be killed before the police arrive. Gui Yifan, who was about to make a call, suddenly hung up. He finally realized the current situation. Zhang Yunqing was here to kill him. You! What do you want? The diamond mine has already been taken by you. What else do you want? Gui Yifan was nervous and afraid, but he still stood in front of his daughter. He put his hands behind his back and gestured to Lucy to find a chance to escape. Zhang Yunqing had already sat down on the sofa. He leisurely poured a glass of red wine and drank it. Gui Yifan, you and I went into business together. We fought openly and secretly for more than 10 years. Now you have nothing. What else can I do? Gui Yifan's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He was sure that Zhang Yunqing was here to kill him. Gui Yifan no longer cared about his own life. He was very worried about his daughter's safety. Zhang Yunqing, who said my dad has nothing? Your family lost the #1 gold mine and the #1 oil field to me. Lucy suddenly stood up and stared at Zhang Yunqing with a determined expression. Gui Yifan was almost scared to death. He quickly pulled Lucy behind him and scolded. Lucy, shut up. You have no right to speak here. Lucy pouted unhappily, but she didn't say anything. Zhang Yunqing laughed unscrupulously. Ha ha! You mean the #1 oil field and gold mine that Changhua lost to your friend? Fine. Call your friend here. I'll give him the oil field and the gold mine immediately. Zhang Yunqing was talking about Qin Feng. He heard from his son that Madagascar's tycoon, Nadigo, died in Lucy's villa. He thought Qin Feng was dead. You lost, so you lost. Why did you have to call my friend over? A lot of people saw this at that time. Are you trying to act shamelessly? Lucy got angry and confronted Zhang Yunqing again. This was Somalia, and Lucy's family had no one to rely on. She didn't want Qin Feng to come here. She was afraid that Qin Feng would be in danger. Zhang Yunqing and Zhang Hua laughed arrogantly. They thought Qin Feng was dead. Of course, Lucy couldn't call Qin Feng to come here. Lucy, I lost to Qin Feng in cards, not you. If you want to give him the oil field and gold mine, then give it to him. Either you call him here, or don't talk nonsense here. Zhang Hua looked at Lucy with a smile, his eyes unscrupulously staring at Lucy's figure. Lucy was furious, but she couldn't do anything. At this time, Gui Yifan pushed Lucy and shouted, Girl, run, ah? Dad, let's go together. Lucy was pushed to the stairs, but she didn't want to run away by herself. She dragged her dad along. Zhang Yunqing had already reacted and hurriedly shouted at the pirates. Quickly capture them. Don't let them escape. Zhang Hua quickly added, Catch them alive. Don't kill that girl, I still want to fuck her. Dozens of pirates rushed over. Gui Yifan and Lucy were scared out of their wits. Girl, leave now. If you don't leave, we will all die. If you run away, they won't dare to kill me for the time being. Gui Yifan was a big shot, so he calmed down at this critical moment. His words woke Lucy up. Although she was very reluctant, she wiped away her tears and ran upstairs. Zhang Yunqing, you son of a bitch, I will make you regret this. Gui Yifan stood unwaveringly at the staircase like a mountain. Facing the oncoming pirates, he did not give way at all, and even scolded Zhang Yunqing. Put your hands on your head and squat on the ground, or I will shoot you. The pirates pointed their guns at Gui Yifan. Gui Yifan would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous, but in order to buy more time for his daughter to escape, he held on tightly to the handrails on both sides of the stairs, refusing to budge. Fussy. Die. Bang! The leading pirate ran out of patience and kicked Gui Yifan in the chest. The huge force directly knocked Gui Yifan over. You guys go and catch that woman. You guys tie this idiot up and take him back. As soon as Lucy ran to the 3rd floor, she heard hurried footsteps coming from downstairs. She quickly rushed into her father's bedroom, locked the door, and went under the bed. As an overseas tycoon, Gui Yifan was very careful. He had dug underground passages in his 3 villas in South Africa for escape. Lucy had already pulled open the floor under the bed. There was a deep tunnel under it. Lucy looked at the door, her beautiful eyes sparkling with tears. Dad, you must wait for your daughter to come back. Half an hour later, the pirates turned the villa upside down, but they couldn't find Lucy's whereabouts. Everyone gathered in the living room on the 1st floor. Zhang Yunqing and his son had a straight face, but Gui Yifan smiled comfortably. He knew that his daughter had escaped. Fuck! I can't believe we let a woman escape. Hurry up and look for her outside. She must have escaped from this villa. Zhang Yunqing was furious. At this time, a pirate ran down the stairs. Mr. Zhang, I found something. Zhang Yunqing and Zhang Hua quickly went upstairs. Gui Yifan was tied up and thrown in a corner. He began to feel nervous again. Did the girl escape? This is a tunnel? Fuck! That woman must have escaped through this tunnel. You guys jump down and take a look. Zhang Yunqing was brought to the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. The room had long been turned upside down. The bed was torn into several pieces, and the tunnel under the bed was revealed. Mr. Zhang, that woman disappeared for half an hour. I'm afraid she has escaped through the tunnel. It's probably too late to chase after her now. The tunnel was dark, cold, and smelly. The pirates obviously didn't want to go down. Zhang Yunqing was furious, but he did not dare to force these people into the tunnel. They were all from the Somali pirate crew. Zhang Yunqing had recently joined forces with the Somali pirate king to do a big business. That was how he managed to build a connection with the pirate king. He did not want to provoke the pirate king so easily. For the fastest and error-free reading, please bookmark this site for the latest. Chapter 1190. In the dead of night, in a villa in Madagascar, a woman suddenly barged in. Who are you? This is a private villa, hurry up and leave. The bodyguards outside immediately stopped the woman. You bunch of good-for-nothings, you don't even recognize me? Lucy had just escaped death on the Somali island, so she roared out the anger in her heart. The group of bodyguards were all dumbfounded. Everyone looked at the woman in front of them. She was covered in dirt, her hair was messy, and her body smelled bad. Sister Lucy, is it really you? One of the bodyguards mustered up his courage and asked. Lucy slapped him. Who else could it be? Let me in. Although Lucy was in a sorry state, her aura did not change, scaring the group of bodyguards into immediately giving way. You are Sister Lucy? Leah and Qin Feng were eating dinner in the villa. When they saw the woman who came in, Leah covered her mouth in shock. Qin Feng looked at the person and immediately recognized that it was Lucy. A few days ago, Lucy was tall, sexy, and had an outstanding temperament. Her every movement was like a rich young lady, but now, she was like a completely different person. Lucy, what's going on? Qin Feng leaped lightly and arrived beside Lucy and hugged her. Lucy was shocked and immediately began to struggle. Don't hug me. Woo-woo. I'm smelly and dirty right now, I don't want to see you. Lucy suddenly burst into tears. She had just escaped from the Somali island, and now she was in a sorry state. Lucy did not want Qin Feng to see her in such an ugly state. She was afraid that Qin Feng would not want her in the future. Qin Feng hugged Lucy tightly and helped her smooth her hair. He said softly, Don't worry, since I've accepted the best of you, I'll also accept the worst of you. This is all because of you. Quickly tell me, what happened? Qin Feng's words moved Lucy to tears. She finally understood why Xiaoya was so infatuated with Qin Feng and didn't even care that there were other women by Qin Feng's side. Lucy suddenly stopped struggling. Instead, she hugged Qin Feng tightly and lay in his arms. The anxiety and panic in her heart instantly calmed down, and it was as if the world had stopped. Sister Lucy, are you in trouble? Quickly tell Qin Feng, he will definitely help you solve it. Leah had already run over. Seeing Lucy's current appearance, Leah's heart ached. After hugging Qin Feng for a while, Lucy finally calmed down. Then she began to tell Qin Feng everything that happened tonight. Zhang Hua and his son. Those two bastards are simply too bad. Big Sister Lucy, don't worry, I'll stand up for you. After Leah heard this, her anger overflowed to the heavens, and Qin Feng's face darkened. Your father was captured by Zhang Hua and the others, right? Qin Feng asked. I don't know. In order to buy time for me, my dad has been guarding the stairs and refused to leave. He's probably been caught. Sob. Qin Feng, they won't kill my father, right? At the mention of her father, Lucy became worried again. Qin Feng patted her back and comforted her. Don't worry. Since you've escaped, they won't dare to kill your father. Otherwise, what if you call the police to arrest them? Qin Feng is right. Those people will lock your father up and use him to force you to go back. Before that, Uncle's life will definitely not be in danger. Leah analyzed with her many years of experience as a police officer. Gui Yifan would not be in danger for the time being, so everyone's hearts calmed down a little. After knowing the truth, Qin Feng was already furious. He had a relationship with Lucy, so he treated this girl as his own woman. How could he allow others to bully Lucy? Darling, how do you plan to deal with this matter? Leah understood Qin Feng very well and knew that Qin Feng was going to retaliate. Lucy, go take a shower first. Don't worry about this matter. I will definitely help you seek justice. Qin Feng patted Lucy's back, and Lucy obediently went upstairs. Just as Lucy left, Qin Feng's expression turned cold. He took out his phone and called the Scorpion King. After the call connected, Qin Feng only said one sentence. I'll give you 10 minutes to come to the villa. Qin Feng's words were like an imperial edict. After the Scorpion King received the call, he hurriedly drove over. When he stood in front of Qin Feng, it took exactly 10 minutes. Be Big Brother Qin. Why are you looking for me in the middle of the night? The Scorpion King was so tired that he was panting. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Qin Feng sat on the sofa with a cold expression. The moment he opened his mouth, he scared the Scorpion King half to death. Gather the brothers of the Blood Alliance, and attack the Somali pirates with me tonight. The Scorpion King had just woken up from his sleep and rushed over. He thought he was still dreaming. Huh! Big Brother Qin, did I hear wrong? Attack the Somali pirates now? Those people have a lot of power, and each one is more ruthless than the other. They are not to be trifled with. Qin Feng glanced at the Scorpion King and said angrily, You're afraid of the Firebird and the Somali pirates? Are you a hooligan or not? You might as well die now, then you won't have to be afraid anymore. As Qin Feng spoke, a resplendent flame suddenly rose from his palm, scaring the Scorpion King so much that he fell on his butt. Big Brother Qin, I am not afraid. Don't burn me. I'll gather all the members of the Blood Alliance, and help you attack the Somali pirates now. The Scorpion King was really scared. Qin Feng's magical fire-making skill was so cool and powerful. Was this the legendary warlock of China? Seeing the Scorpion King's terrified expression, Qin Feng waved his hand and the destructive fire disappeared. Give me a plan of attack. Qin Feng had always been a rational person. Even if he was furious, he still had to discuss a beneficial plan before he could carry it out. The Scorpion King hurriedly said, Big Brother Qin, the Somali pirates are good at sea. Their armed forces are all on the sea. They have 3 large cruise ships and more than 10 warships. Even the government doesn't dare to offend these pirates. If we attack them, I'm afraid we'll be at a disadvantage. Qin Feng wasn't proficient in naval battles. He had always fought on land and in the air. However, at this moment, Little Pig's voice sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Master, I sense the black tortoise. It's near the Indian Ocean. At the mention of the black tortoise, Qin Feng was instantly confident. As long as he could find this giant of the sea, the Somali pirates would not be able to withstand a single blow. Lucy's father is trapped on the Somali island by Zhang Hua and the others. There's a diamond mine on the island. Bring the Blood Alliance to the island to rescue Gui Yifan and take back the diamond mine. Is there a problem? Qin Feng had already assigned the Scorpion King a mission. The Scorpion King's body was still trembling. With a depressed expression, he said, Big Brother Qin, I won't hide it from you. It's not difficult to occupy the Somali island because the main forces of the Somali pirates are at sea. There aren't many people guarding the island. The difficult part is how to go ashore. With the pirates there, all the approaching ships will be intercepted and inspected by them. I'm afraid the Blood Alliance won't even be able to get to the Somali island. The Scorpion King was speaking the truth. The Somali pirates had dominated the Somali island for a long time. Even the government couldn't do anything to them. The Blood Alliance's forces were on par with the pirates. However, if they went to someone else's territory, they would not be able to withstand a single blow. Qin Feng, I know about the Somali pirates. Just like what the Scorpion King said, they are very powerful at sea. They are easy to defend and hard to attack. Leah frowned. She was not optimistic about the plan to attack the Somali pirates. The Scorpion King looked at Leah as if he had seen his savior. After a short moment of happiness, Qin Feng said in an unquestionable tone, "The plan to attack the Somali pirates has been set. No one can change it, but leave the battle on the sea to me. Leah, you and the Scorpion King will bring the Blood Alliance ashore and control the forces on the island." Qin Feng's words hit the table. No one could change it. The Scorpion King looked distressed. He could imagine the scene of the Blood Alliance being annihilated in the sea tonight. Leah was also worried. However, she knew Qin Feng too well. Once Qin Feng had decided on something, she couldn't change his mind. Leah didn't try to persuade him anymore. After the three of them discussed the plan, Lucy walked down the stairs after her bath. She had changed into a set of red silk pajamas. Her fair and long legs were exposed to the air. Her face was exquisite and flawless. She had regained her original beauty and elegance. The Scorpion King lowered his head and didn't dare to look around. Lucy had already taken the initiative to hold Qin Feng's arm and leaned into his embrace. "Qin Feng, you called the Scorpion King here? Are you discussing a plan to save my father?" Lucy understood the situation immediately. Qin Feng caressed Lucy's jade back and said, "Don't worry about this. You've been exhausted recently. Hurry up and go to sleep. When you wake up, your father and your family's business will be back." What Qin Feng said was the truth. However, Lucy found it hard to believe. If Qin Feng could save her father, it might be possible. However, Gui Yifen's property was stolen by Zhang Hua. Lucy didn't believe that Qin Feng could get it back. Especially that diamond mine. It was taken by the Somali pirates. Even the Blood Alliance couldn't do anything to them. What could Qin Feng do? "Then I'll go up first. I won't lock the door. Come at night if you want." Lucy hadn't slept well for 3 days and 3 nights. She was really exhausted. She kissed Qin Feng and went upstairs. She didn't know Qin Feng's plan. Otherwise, she would have stopped him. "All right. Let's move out. I'll go first. Wait for my news at the Somali coast in half an hour before you attack." Qin Feng strode out of the villa. Leah and the Scorpion King looked at each other helplessly. It was late at night. It was pitch black outside, but Qin Feng's eyes were not affected at all. He wore night vision goggles and floated in the air like a ghost. The pink light flickered, and Qin Feng disappeared hundreds of meters in the span of a breath. "Master, we're almost there. The signal from the Black Tortoise is getting stronger." Little Pig's excited voice sounded in Qin Feng's mind. The sense of familiarity in Qin Feng's heart grew stronger. He followed this feeling and flew on his flying sword for another 5 minutes. He had arrived at a sea in the southwest of the Indian Ocean. Roar! Suddenly, a strong wind blew on the calm sea. An ancient beast's roar came from the bottom of the sea. Thousands of waves were stirred up on the surface of the sea. Finally, a giant whirlpool appeared. It was as if a giant beast was slowly floating up from the bottom of the sea. For the fastest and error-free reading, please bookmark this site for the latest reading. Chapter 1191. Qin Feng was stunned by the huge change in the waves. Qin Feng hadn't seen Black Turtle in a while. What did this guy look like now? Roar, roar! The roars exploded on the surface of the sea like thunder. The whirlpool became bigger and bigger, and the surrounding sea looked like a hurricane. Luckily, there were no ships passing by. Otherwise, they would be torn to pieces if they fell into this hurricane. Qin Feng stood on his flying sword and hovered in the air. True Qi surged all over his body and barely protected his body from the attack of the sea wind. A giant turtle's shell was the first to emerge from the sea. The turtle's shell was as big as a ship. It was like a new island revealed after the tide receded. Whoosh! The waves rose violently. A red silhouette emerged from the sea like a dragon. It was extremely fast and rushed in front of Qin Feng in an instant. Qin Feng still remembered that when he first formed Black Turtle, the many-banded kite was only as thick as a thumb. Now, it was like a flood dragon entering the sea. When it rushed out, its body was dozens of meters long. It opened its bloody mouth as if it could swallow a living person. Damn, this guy isn't going to eat me, right? Qin Feng froze in the air. How long had it been? Black Turtle doubled in size again. Why would Black Turtle eat Master? It's too excited to see Master, Little Pig said calmly. The many-banded kite's bloody mouth was already next to Qin Feng's face, but it didn't eat Qin Feng's head. It also didn't lick Qin Feng's face with its blood-red tongue because the many-banded kite's mouth carried venom. If it licked Qin Feng, he would immediately be corroded into mist and dissipate. Black Turtle, are you okay? Qin Feng reached out and touched the many-banded kite's head. The many-banded kite happily swung around on the surface of the sea. Whoosh! A red light flashed and the many-banded kite placed Qin Feng on its head. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng was placed on Black Turtle's back. Black Turtle was roaring wildly on the surface of the sea. Every roar was intimidating, as if it was the overlord of the sea. Black Turtle, you've become so big. How many aquatic creatures have you harmed? Qin Feng touched the turtle's shell and began to feel guilty for the fish and prawns that were eaten. It was Qin Feng who formed this giant water monster and released it into the sea. Roar! Roar! Black Tortoise kept howling excitedly, and Little Pig translated. Master, Black Tortoise says he's eating less now because he's started losing weight due to his sudden weight gain. He only eats the amount of whale meat in one meal. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, if the Black Turtle stayed in the sea for a year and a half, would there be any other living creatures in the sea? Qin Feng was happy to see the Black Tortoise again. He had made those battle pets with his own hands and they were as close to him as his own children. After chatting for a while, Qin Feng thought of proper business. He looked at the time and saw that it was about time. He patted Black Tortoise's shell and said, Little fellow, head towards the Somali Islands. Master will take you to war. The Black Tortoise was very bored in the sea every day, and it did not meet any strong opponents. Now that its master had asked it to help fight the enemy, the Black Tortoise was extremely excited. It immediately set off towards Somalia Island with full firepower. Everywhere it passed, it stirred up 1,000 layers of waves. In the waters of Somalia, Leah and Scorpion King had already rushed over with their men. If they wanted to land on Somalia Island, they had to pass through the vast Somali waters in front of them. There were Somali pirates guarding this area 24 hours a day. More than 10 battleships were scattered around the area. Leah stood at the bow of the main battleship and used her binoculars to observe the situation on the opposite side. Thousands of meters away were filled with battleships. Just the formation alone was enough to scare people. Sister-in-law Leah, what should we do now? Why isn't Big Brother Qin here yet? If this goes on, we'll all be annihilated. Scorpion King stood beside Leah and was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. The Somali pirates had already discovered the 5 battleships on Leah's side and issued 2 warnings. According to the rules of the sea, as long as the ships did not retreat after 3 warnings, the pirates would immediately start fighting. This was Leah's first time participating in a sea battle. Her brows were already knitted together. She had been waiting for Qin Feng to appear. Before Qin Feng arrived, Leah would definitely not retreat. Wouldn't that ruin Qin Feng's plan? Listen up, the ship's on the other side. This is the last warning. I'll give you 5 more minutes. If you don't retreat, we'll immediately launch an attack on you. The pirate ship on the other side sent out another warning. The Scorpion King was so scared that he almost knelt down. The other side was a pirate group that fought on the sea all year round, and basically no one on his side had fought on the sea before. Furthermore, the Scorpion King's equipment on the sea was not complete. However, compared to the 3 large cruise ships and the dozen or so elite warships, they were completely unable to withstand a single blow. Sister-in-law, why don't we retreat first? Big Brother Qin might have been delayed by something. If we stay here any longer, we might really die. Scorpion King began to persuade Leah again. Leah looked calm on the surface, but she was actually extremely anxious in her heart. The Scorpion King continued to grumble endlessly, immediately angering Leah. You shut up! If Qin Feng doesn't come, I won't retreat. Also, you're not allowed to curse Qin Feng. If there's a next time, I'll kill you first. Leah was a martial artist who had been cleansed by Qin Feng. Although she had only broken through to stage 3 inner Qi, killing a normal person like the Scorpion King was still a piece of cake. The Scorpion King was somewhat angry, but when he recalled Qin Feng's miraculous methods, he still had some misgivings. He could only retreat to the side and sulk. Time passed second by second. Seeing that the last 5 minutes were up, the pirate group on the other side did not even send out a warning. 8 of the warships sounded the horn and directly drove towards them. It's over, it's over. Those lunatics are attacking us. Sister-in-law, let's retreat quickly. It doesn't matter if you and I die, but my brothers have been through life and death with me for more than 10 years. I can't let them die for nothing, right? The Scorpion King could not hold it anymore. He ran up and spun the roulette, changing the direction of the ship and retreating. Leah was instantly enraged. With a slap, she sent the Scorpion King flying onto the deck. I said we can't leave, so we can't leave. If we leave, wouldn't Qin Feng be courting death by coming here alone? The Scorpion King had his concerns, and Leah also had her insistence. This was the first time the Scorpion King had seen Leah in action. He was so shocked that he was a little absent-minded. Why were all the Chinese so powerful? Could it be that they had been practicing martial arts since they were young? Bang! However, at this moment, a loud sound exploded on the surface of the sea. The ship that Leah and the Scorpion King were on seemed to have been hit by something and shook violently. Fuck, these pirates are crazy. They really dare to fight. Do they think I, the Scorpion King, am a sick cat? I'll fight it out with them. The Scorpion King was a big shot after all. The moment he was being ridden on top of his head, the anger and hot blood in his heart completely exploded. Brothers, beat them up. Beat these stinky pirates to death. The Scorpion King picked up the walkie-talkie and roared. The 5 warships immediately spread out and launched a counterattack against the Somali pirates. Rumble! Rumble! For a moment, the sea was filled with artillery fire. It felt like a storm was about to descend. Thunder King, that group of people actually dared to counterattack. They have already hit one of our warships. The pirates on the other side were so angry that they exploded. The commander of the naval battle was shouting at the Pirate King. On the large cruise ship that did not participate in the battle, the Somali Pirate King was sitting in the control cabin and watching the battle. The Pirate King was called the Thunder King by everyone. He was in his early 50s and wore a leather windbreaker. He wore a crown on his head and his neck was filled with the teeth of various ferocious fish. Where did this trash come from? How dare you provoke the dignity of my pirate group? Launch a fierce attack. I want them all wiped out. The Thunder King roared into the microphone, his deep eyes spewing out flames of anger. The 8 pirate teams at the front line immediately changed their formation. Not long later, they surrounded Leah's 5 warships and launched a new round of fierce attacks. Scorpion King, what's going on? The warship suddenly shook violently, as if it was about to be overturned. Leah finally realized that she was surrounded, and was so nervous that she did not know what to do. This was the first time the Scorpion King and the others had fought at sea. They did not expect to be defeated so quickly. The Scorpion King immediately shouted at Leah, "Sister-in-law, let's abandon the ship and escape." Leah had always wanted to wait for Qin Feng to come, because she knew that since Qin Feng said he would come, he would definitely come. However, the situation in front of them was extremely dangerous. Leah's warship was the most fiercely attacked, like a small sail swaying in the waves, about to sink to the bottom of the sea at any time. No, Qin Feng isn't here yet, we can't leave. However, Leah still persisted. The Scorpion King was a little helpless. At this time, a few of his lackeys ran over in panic. Scorpion King, it's not good. There's a big hole in the bottom of the ship and the seawater is surging up. If we don't leave now, we'll all fall into the sea. The situation became more and more dangerous. Not only was Lia's warship unable to hold on any longer, the other 4 warships were also riddled with holes. Many members of the Blood Alliance were thrown into the sea, and some were forced to jump into the sea. The Scorpion King could no longer hold on any longer, and immediately sent someone to throw the yacht into the sea. Sister-in-law, hurry up and escape with me on the yacht. If we don't leave now, it will really be too late. The people on the other side, listen up. You've been surrounded. Surrender immediately, or we'll destroy your ship. The 8 warships were approaching at an extremely fast speed, and their cannons had also stopped firing. It was obvious that they felt that Lia's warship was no longer a threat. Seeing that the 8 warships had already docked, and the members of the dozen or so pirate groups had all jumped onto Lia's warship, the members of the Blood Alliance were in complete despair. They did not even have the chance to escape. Sigh. The Blood Alliance is about to be destroyed. Why hasn't Big Brother Qin appeared yet? The Scorpion King was too lazy to run anymore. He knew that he wouldn't be able to run even if he wanted to, so he sat on the deck with a dejected look. Lia looked at the vast ocean, but she did not despair. She believed that Qin Feng would definitely come, but she could not even see a small sail in the surrounding sea. Where did Qin Feng go? Roar! Suddenly, a furious roar that sounded like that of an ancient beast came from the bottom of the sea. The roar was like thunder, and actually caused the calm sea surface to suddenly surge with raging waves. For the fastest and most error-free reading, please bookmark this site to read the latest. Chapter 1192. What's that sound? Lisa, what's going on over there? Thunder King, I don't know. There seems to be a giant beast at the bottom of the sea. Bullshit giant beast. We, the Somali pirates, have killed all kinds of underwater creatures. Even if there's a giant beast, it's still on our plate. The Somali pirates were stunned by the sudden appearance of the raging waves on the calm sea. These pirates had been fighting at sea all year round. What kind of underwater creatures had they not seen? Even sharks and whales were killed by them for meat. However, the creature that emerged from the sea this time was obviously not an ordinary underwater creature. From the huge whirlpool, it was at least the size of a cruise ship. Captain! It's out! It's a big sea turtle! Fuck! How can there be such a big sea turtle? It's a fucking tortoise! No, it's not a sea turtle, it's a dragon. The roar shook the sky, and the tsunami rose in all directions. The black tortoise revealed half of its shell, and the many-banded kite suddenly shot up from the bottom of the sea. Its tens of meters long body instantly stunned the Somali pirates. Even Lia and the rest were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen a real dragon in their lives. However, when they looked closely, it didn't seem to be a dragon. Could it be a flood dragon from the bottom of the sea? Big sister, what kind of monster is this? What should we do? The Scorpion King had already fallen to the ground in fright. His body trembled non-stop as if he was convulsing. Lia was also dumbstruck. How would she know what to do? Where did this huge water monster come from? Lia was instead worried about Qin Feng. She suddenly hoped that Qin Feng would not come, or else everyone would die. Scorpion King! There's someone on the back of the huge water monster. Someone from the Blood Alliance shouted. That person held the binoculars and saw Qin Feng standing on the back of the sea turtle. It seems to be Big Brother Qin. The subordinate's words shocked everyone. The Scorpion King immediately snatched the binoculars from that person's hands and looked over. Lia asked the Scorpion King anxiously. Is it Qin Feng? Is it Qin Feng? Fuck! Sister-in-law, what kind of god is Big Brother Qin? Is this his pet? The Scorpion King looked carefully, and the person on the back of the sea turtle was Qin Feng. Lia then snatched the binoculars from the Scorpion King's hands and looked over. The moment she saw Qin Feng, she was so excited that her tears fell. I knew Qin Feng wouldn't abandon me. We're saved. Qin Feng came to save us, Leah shouted excitedly. She had forgotten how many times Qin Feng had saved her from danger. When the people from Blood Alliance learned that Qin Feng had come, their despair instantly shot into the sky. Even though their warships were leaking and quite a number of people had fallen into the sea, they were not worried at all. They believed that Qin Feng would save them. Little Silver Ring, it's all up to you now. Qin Feng stood with his hands behind his back. He looked like a god of war as he stood on the back of the turtle. The many-banded kite seemed to like its master's nickname very much. In fact, based on the many-banded kite's age and body shape, it was indeed a small many-banded kite. Puff! The many-banded kite, which had been smiling foolishly at Qin Feng a second ago, suddenly opened its bloody mouth and spat a few mouthfuls of blood at the Somali pirate's warship. Immediately, it seemed as if it was raining, but the mist was a black liquid that emitted a strong stench in the air. When it landed on the warship, it immediately corroded the ship into black gas. The attack of the poisonous bubble was very fierce. Qin Feng was terrified when he saw it. He thought that if the many-banded kite attacked him, he might not be able to dodge it. The sound of the wind and waves came from the sea, and waves of screams rose and fell. The poisonous liquid could even easily corrode the steel and wood warship. When it landed on human skin, the pirates were instantly corroded into skeletons. In the end, even their bones turned into black mist. Leah and the others were dumbstruck. They were obviously shocked by this hellish scene. The Somali pirate group, which had always been fierce and invincible on the sea, was now completely defeated. They had already started to turn around and flee. Lisa, what the fuck are you doing? Who told you to retreat? The Thunder King stood on the cruise ship behind them. He was too far away and did not know what was happening on the battlefield. Thunder King, there's a big water monster, a very powerful big water monster. Half of our members are dead. If we don't retreat, we'll all die. Lisa had fought hundreds of naval battles in the southern part of the Indian Ocean, but this was the first time he was scared witless. Bullshit big water monster. You're a pirate. You can only die in battle and not run. Hold on, I'll personally lead a team to support you. The Thunder King was furious. He had already mobilized the remaining 3 cruise ships and 8 warships towards Qin Feng. Lisa and the others didn't dare to retreat, nor could they advance. They were almost scared to death when they saw the many-banded kite that shot into the sky and spat out a mouthful of poisonous liquid. Fuck, let's fight this water monster to the death. Attack! Lisa panicked and ordered to attack the Black Tortoise. The 8 pirate ships that surrounded Leah and the others instantly changed direction and surrounded the Black Tortoise. Aim! Fire! Boom! The 8 warships fired their cannons at the same time. For a moment, the sky was filled with cannon fire, and half the sea was awakened. The sky was filled with explosions and sparks. Every time the many-banded kite poked its head out, it would be shot. Several bloody wounds appeared on its body. Roar, roar! The many-banded kite coiled at the bottom of the sea and couldn't get out. The Black Tortoise was enraged, and the other half of its turtle shell that was hidden at the bottom of the sea surfaced, causing its body to double in size. Lisa and the other pirates were instantly scared half to death. Roar, roar! The angry roar shook the sky, and the waves on the sea instantly roared. The sea turtle's awakened martial skill was tsunami roar. Once it roared, the sea was enraged. Thousands of huge waves rolled over as if they were going to swallow the heaven and earth. Fuck! What kind of monster is this? Captain Lisa, if we don't retreat, our fleet will be annihilated in the waves. The enraged sea turtle instantly suppressed everyone. The waves surged up like a wall, and the cannons couldn't penetrate it. The Thunder King led a group of troops and rushed over. Just as he reached the edge of the battlefield, he was dumbstruck. This really was a big water monster. Even the Thunder King had never seen it before. The Thunder King is here, we're saved! Lisa saw the Thunder King's ships and shouted excitedly. Halfway through his shout, the Thunder King cursed through the walkie-talkie. Fuck! Hurry up and retreat. This is a 10,000-year-old water monster. How can we fight it? After the Thunder King shouted, the ship turned around and started to escape to Somalia Island. Li Suo's eyes almost rolled out of his head. What the fuck is this? Black Tortoise, leave them in the sea. No one can escape, Qin Feng ordered. The Black Tortoise stirred up thousands of huge waves and chased after the warship. Qin Feng shouted to Li Ye in the Hero Alliance. Xiao Ye, I'll deal with the pirates. You bring the Scorpion King and the others ashore, save Lucy's father, and snatch the diamond back. Everything was under Qin Feng's control. This was the plan he had with everyone. Li Ye woke up with a start. She couldn't help but look at the huge black tortoise again. Then she ordered, Scorpion King, listen to my order. Bring your men ashore immediately. Although our ship is broken, it won't be a problem for us to reach the shore. The Scorpion King woke up with a start. He realized that Qin Feng alone had scared the Somali pirates. Once again, the Scorpion King witnessed Qin Feng's power. This Chinese man was a god. Under the Scorpion King's order, the Blood Alliance went around the battlefield and advanced towards Somalia Island from the side. With the help of the Black Tortoise, the Somali pirates were completely on the run. They didn't have the time to stop Li Ye and the others. Both sides took action. Qin Feng had already caught up to the dozen warships on the Black Tortoise. The many-banded kite was enraged by these people. It soared into the sky again, and its body, which was dozens of meters long, swept across and instantly smashed 5 warships into pieces. Thunder King, it's catching up. The big water monster is catching up. Li Suo saw the 5 warships collapse a few hundred meters behind him. He was so scared that he almost had a heart attack. The Thunder King had been in the Somali Sea for more than 10 years, and this was the first time he was so frightened. He didn't have the time to care about Li Suo. Boom! With a furious roar, the many-banded kite rushed out again. Another 3 warships sank to the bottom of the sea. These huge warships were like children's toy cars in front of the many-banded kite. They couldn't withstand a single blow. Li Suo, hurry up and stop that monster. Attack it! The Thunder King was so scared that he didn't dare to stay, but he asked Li Suo to attack the Black Tortoise to buy him time to escape. Li Suo was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. However, he also realized that escaping would only lead to death. If he attacked, he might scare the big water monster away. Everyone turn around. As soon as the water monster pokes its head out, immediately fire the cannons. The remaining 8 warships lined up and aimed their cannons at the sea. They were ready to fire at any time. The sea, which was originally roaring with wind and waves, suddenly became quiet. The wind and waves were calm, and there was no movement at all. However, Li Suo and the others were so scared that their hearts almost stopped. These pirates, who had been in the sea for many years, knew very well that the calm of the wind and waves was the eve of the storm. Roar! Sure enough, a loud explosion suddenly sounded. It came from the bottom of the row of warships. The expressions of the pirates on the ship changed drastically. They didn't even have the chance to react. The hard deck at the bottom of the ship instantly split open, and many people fell into the sea. The many-banded kite opened its bloody mouth, and it could swallow more than 10 people in one gulp. After it soared into the sky, it smashed into the sea and flew out again after a few seconds of silence. Bang, 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 bang! The 8 warships became fragile pieces of junk, and the warship that Li Suo was on had already sunk to the bottom of the sea. Li Suo finally saw the many-banded kite clearly, but he saw it clearly when he fell into its mouth. Li Suo? Hurry up and fucking reply. Mute, say something? Heather. The warships that were blocking the way were all dead. The Thunder King led the 3 cruise ships and kept shouting, but after shouting for dozens of captains, no one replied to the Thunder King. Chapter 1193. Lord Thunder King, where did the sea monster go? Was it scared off by Lord Thunder King's might? There were many pirates on the cruise ship. Everyone looked at the calm sea, but their eyes were filled with infinite fear. Everyone knew that the sea monster had not left, but they were just comforting themselves. Eh? It seems to have disappeared. There's no movement at all. Not good, Thunder King. The enemy's 5 warships are trying to land, fuck. They want to land on Somalia? Do they think our pirate crew doesn't exist? Lord Thunder King, that sea monster is probably hungry and came out to look for food. Now that it's full, let's charge over and destroy those 5 warships. Rumble. Before the commander could finish his sentence, a loud sound came from the sea. The cruise ship seemed to have been hit by a heavy object as it swayed left and right. Everyone on the ship screamed in fear. Fuck. What's going on? How is the captain steering the ship? It's fucking on the reef. The Thunder King roared angrily. He still did not know what had happened. Thunder King, it doesn't look like it hit the reef. Why does it feel like the ship is floating up? The commander was scared out of his wits. He had a bad feeling. You must have drunk too much again. Why is the ship floating up by itself? Do you think it's a spaceship? The Thunder King was furious. Not good, the ship is really floating, Thunder King. There's a monster under the ship. It's that sea monster. Just as the Thunder King roared, the pirates on the ship suddenly fell into chaos. The shaking at the bottom of the ship became more intense. More than half of the ship emerged from the water. Finally, the entire cruise ship was out in the sea, as if it was flying on the sea. Roar! The roar of an ancient beast came from the bottom of the ship. The black tortoise, which had disappeared for a long time, emerged from the sea like an island, scaring everyone into a panic. Fuck! What the fuck is this? The Thunder King could not remain calm. He looked down at the bottom of the ship. This was the first time he had seen the black tortoise at such a close distance. The Thunder King had dominated the Somali waters for more than a decade, but this was the first time he had seen such a huge sea monster. Thunder King, quick, run my ass! Where can we run to now? If you jump into the sea, you'll be eaten. If you don't jump, you'll be waiting for the cruise ship to capsize. The strength of the black tortoise made the originally ferocious and rampant Somali pirates completely despair. Hundreds of pirates were stunned on the cruise ship. They watched as the cruise ship was about to sink into the sea, but no one could stop it. Chin Fin stood on the starry sky flying sword and hovered in the void. Looking at the raging waves on the sea, it was as though doomsday was coming. Rumble! Rumble! The black tortoise used all its strength and completely lifted the cruise ship. The many-banded kite swung its body and knocked the entire cruise ship into the sea. The surface of the sea surged with raging waves, and the cruise ship instantly fell silent. The people on the ship were instantly submerged in the vast ocean. Roar! However, Black Tortoise's attack did not stop. It swam towards the other 2 large cruise ships. This was the rhythm of completely destroying the Somali pirates. At the same time, the patrolling teams of the various countries near the Somali waters were completely stunned. They had all seen what had happened. What fuck? Navy Admiral, a giant beast has been discovered over there, and all the Somali pirates have been defeated. On the U.S. military ship, a voice transmission came from the observer. The entire American fleet lurking nearby was shocked. What kind of underwater monster was this? Commander Ma, a giant beast has been discovered in the Somali waters. Requesting orders. The Chinese fleet had also witnessed the spectacular scene just now and was currently requesting orders from their superiors. The ships and fleets of more than a dozen countries, big and small, surrounded the area, but none of them dared to approach the battlefield. Thousands of people were dumbfounded. In the distance, the waves were turbulent, and the sea waves were tumbling. It was as spectacular as a Category 12 typhoon. Leah and the rest had already landed on Somali Island. Hundreds of people stood on the shore of the island and were also shocked by the scene. Sister-in-law, what do we do now? Is Big Brother Chin alright? The Scorpion King had long since lost his soul. He completely understood Chin Fin's strength. The group of Blood Alliance members were also in a daze. They felt as though they were dreaming. Let's quickly occupy the island, rescue Lucy's father, and take back the diamond mine. Qianfen will definitely be fine. Let's go. Leah was also worried about Qianfen, but she trusted Qianfen even more. Since the division of labor was already clear, Leah had to do her best to complete the task that Qianfen had given her. The group of Blood Alliance members were all fired up. The core members of the Somali pirates were all defeated by Qianfen at sea. The scattered forces on the island were nothing in the Blood Alliance's eyes. Under Leah's lead, the group of members quickly attacked and split into two groups to kill their way into the Somali island. Zhang Yunqing, you bastard, let me go! In a mansion on the island, Gui Yifan was tied up and thrown into the corner of the living room. He had already been under house arrest for the entire night. The sky outside the window had already turned white, as though it had become one with the sea. Zhang Hua was sleeping on the sofa, while Zhang Yunqing was smoking a cigarette under the floor-to-ceiling window. Last night, Lucy had escaped, which made Zhang Yunqing very unhappy. Dad, what's that sound? A series of loud noises came from outside the window, like the muffled thunder before a storm, waking Zhang Hua up from his sleep. Zhang Yunqing glanced at the dark clouds in the sky and said indifferently, "Isn't it just thunder? Why are you so surprised? Look at your cowardly look, where did you inherit my domineering attitude?" After Zhang Yunqing finished lecturing his son, he kicked Gui Yifan. "Aren't you tired after yelling for the entire night? I'm annoyed just listening to you. If you keep yapping, I'll kill you." Zhang Yunqing listened to the continuous noises from the seaside and felt annoyed for some reason. Zhang Hua was so scared that he didn't dare to speak. Gui Yifan laughed coldly and said, "You don't dare to kill me, otherwise you would have already done it. Now that Lucy has escaped, hurry up and let me go. Otherwise, when my daughter calls the police and brings people to arrest you, you'll all be finished." Although Gui Yifan had fallen into Zhang Yunqing's hands, he was a wealthy businessman who had experienced many hardships, so he wasn't afraid of Zhang Yunqing. A few Somali pirates were guarding the villa with guns. Zhang Yunqing glared at Gui Yifan and roared, "Don't think that I don't dare to kill you. These pirates have killed people. Even if they kill you, it has nothing to do with me." Gui Yifan wasn't stupid. He knew that Zhang Yunqing didn't spare his life because he was being merciful. Zhang Yunqing wanted to use him as bait to lure Lucy over. "Oh! What's the use of talking so much? Since you dare to kill me, then hurry up and kill me. Don't talk like a sissy and act like a man!" Gui Yifan roared at Zhang Yunqing. Zhang Yunqing suddenly became furious. He kicked Gui Yifan to the ground, grabbed a long gun from a pirate's hand, and aimed it at Gui Yifan's head. "If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll kill you immediately." The black muzzle was pressed against Gui Yifan's head. Gui Yifan would be lying if he said he wasn't afraid. However, Gui Yifan pretended to be calm. In order to prevent his daughter from coming back to find him, he would rather exchange his life for another. "Ha ha! Shoot me if you dare, or I'll look down on you." Gui Yifan laughed crazily, deliberately provoking Zhang Yunqing. Zhang Yunqing's finger was on the trigger, and he looked like he really wanted to kill Gui Yifan. However, when the trigger was halfway pulled, Zhang Yunqing threw away the long gun in his hand and laughed. "Ha ha! Gui Yifan, put away your little tricks. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? If I kill you, how will I lure Lucy over? Don't worry, when Lucy comes, I'll send you and your daughter to the netherworld to reunite." Gui Yifan's thoughts were seen through by Zhang Yunqing, and he immediately broke out in a sweat. However, at this moment, the door was knocked open, and Leah rushed in with over 100 Blood Alliance members. "Fuck! Who are you people? Who let you in?" Zhang Hua jumped up from the sofa in shock. "You dare to trespass on my territory? Do you know who I am? I'm the South African tycoon, Zhang Yunqing." Bang! Zhang Yunqing was arrogant and despotic, but before he could finish saying his full name, a gunshot rang out. His eyebrows exploded, and he fell to the ground. "I don't care who you are. You dare to kidnap Big Sister Lucy's father, killing you won't be a problem." Leah had been with Qin Feng for a long time, and her body was stained with some blood. After she entered the room, She shot without saying a word, completely shocking everyone in the room. Zhang Hua was dumbstruck, and the 8 Somali pirate crew members were dumbstruck. None of them understood the current situation. Get rid of them all. However, Leah had already arrived at Zhang Yunqing's side. She helped untie Zhang Yunqing and gave the order. The 8 pirate crew members were startled awake. Just as they were about to raise their guns to retaliate, gunshots rang out from all directions in the room. In less than half a minute, the pirate crew members and Zhang Hua were all lying in a pool of blood. You are? Zhang Yunqing stood up after being untied, but he looked at Leah with suspicion and vigilance. Leah's face was as cold as frost before, but now she revealed a brilliant smile, brimming with youth like a university student. Uncle Gua, you don't recognize me? I'm Leah, Lucy's good sister. Back then, when Leah was still participating in the Hong Kong Most Beautiful Miss competition, Gui Yifan had returned to China to see Leah once. However, after a few years, Leah had grown more and more beautiful, and Zhang Yunqing had not recognized her at first. It's Leah. You're getting more and more beautiful. Uncle almost couldn't recognize you. To be able to suddenly see Leah here, Gui Yifan became excited, but in the next moment, his expression changed, and he immediately said to Leah, Not good, this place is very dangerous. Why did you come here? Hurry up and leave this place. If the Somali pirates rush over, you guys will be in trouble. Gui Yifan still did not know the situation, and anxiously pulled Leah and ran upstairs. He planned to bring Leah and the others to escape from the 3rd-floor bedroom. Leah smiled and pulled Gui Yifan back. Uncle Gua, don't worry, this island has already been occupied by my people. You have been completely saved. No one can hurt you. Chapter 1194. In 1 second, he had memorized it. This is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. Gui Yifan was confused by Leah's words. The Leah he knew back then was still a beauty pageant champion. Why did she suddenly bring a group of fiendish hooligans here? And he even said that she had occupied this island? Gui Yifan even suspected that Leah was confused. Xiaoya, listen to Uncle, let's leave this place immediately. This is an island dominated by the Somali pirates. Your men are not their match. Gui Yifan tried his best to persuade Leah. He could escape by himself now, but Gui Yifan did not want to leave Leah and the others here to die. Uncle Gua, I understand what you're thinking right now, but I'm not lying. I really took over this island. Leah had no choice but to patiently explain. Last night, Lucy escaped from here to Madagascar to find us for help, so Qin Feng brought us here to fight. Uncle, didn't you hear the cannons on the sea just now? The Somali pirates have been completely annihilated. Leah's news was more shocking than the last, and when he heard the end, Gui Yifan's eyeballs almost fell to the ground. You're not joking, are you? I thought it was thunder in front of us. Gui Yifan still found it hard to believe this matter was simply a fantasy. The Somali pirates had dominated this area for more than 10 years, and even the local and other countries' fleets had a headache. How could they be defeated by Leah and the others? Uncle Gua, how is it thunder? The weather outside is very good today, and the sea is calm. Listen to it now, is there still thunder? Leah said while grinning. Gui Yifan looked out of the window seriously. This place was a little far from the straits, and he could not see the situation on the surface of the sea clearly. However, the sky had brightened, and it was indeed a clear sky. Could it be that the Somali pirates were really defeated? It couldn't have been the sound of a naval battle just now, right? Gui Yifan finally believed it. At this time, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard. Hearing that there were at least 100 or 200 people, Gui Yifan's face changed in fright. He thought that the Somali pirates' reinforcements had arrived. It's over, it's over. The pirates on this island are here. Let's hurry up and leave. Otherwise, it'll really be too late. Gui Yifan pulled Leah and ran. Leah was overjoyed. The Scorpion King had already run in with a group of Blood Alliance disciples. Under Gui Yifan's panicked and surprised gaze, he came to Leah's side respectfully and said, Sister-in-law, This island has been taken down, and all the pirates have been killed. I've sent 100 brothers to guard that diamond mine. There will definitely be no problems. Leah and Scorpion King split up the moment they reached the shore. Leah was in charge of rescuing Gui Yifan, while the Scorpion King went to kill the rest of the pirates on the island. Now that the two of them had completed their mission, they were completely relieved. Gui Yifan was stunned at the side, as if his soul had been sucked out. He finally believed that Leah had taken down this island, but he still felt like he was dreaming. Well done! Let's go back to the sea and see how Qin Fin is doing. After the situation on Somalia Island stabilized, Leah started to worry about Qin Feng. Just as she was about to lead everyone back to help Qin Feng, a pink light flashed, and Qin Feng was already standing in the room. Xiaoya, your operation this time was very outstanding. Qin Feng's voice sounded. Leah had just run to the entrance of the villa and suddenly stopped. She turned around and flew towards Qin Feng. Darling! Are you all right? Leah hugged Qin Feng tightly, as if she didn't want to let go for the rest of her life. Qin Feng patted her back lightly and said with a smile, What can happen to me? Don't you know your man's ability? Why don't I let you experience it tonight? Qin Feng was always like this. He was usually hedonistic and unruly, and said frivolous words. However, at the crucial moment, Qin Feng was serious and invincible, as if he could do anything. Leah liked Qin Feng's personality. She liked him very much. All right. I'll stick to you tonight. Don't even think about finding Sister Lucy. After the two of them whispered sweet nothings for a while, Gui Yifan finally came back to his senses. He walked to Qin Feng's side and asked, Xiaoya, this is? When Leah saw Gui Yifan walking over, she was too embarrassed to say those shameful words to Qin Feng. She hurriedly introduced them. Uncle Gua, this is Qin Feng. Qin Feng, this is Uncle Gua, Sister Lucy's father. That's right, Uncle Gua, this time Qin Feng saved you. We only helped him. The pirates on the sea were all destroyed by Qin Feng alone. Leah's words completely dumbfounded Gui Yifan. Qin Feng single-handedly destroyed the pirates on the sea? Is this real or fake? Hee hee. Uncle Gua, don't listen to Xiaoya's nonsense. It was the Blood Alliance that helped me defeat the pirates. I can't do it alone. Qin Feng could tell that Gui Yifan was scared, so he hurriedly shared the credit with everyone. Gui Yifan knew these people from the Blood Alliance. He had relied on these people to build his family in Madagascar. However, Gui Yifan was very clear about the power of the Blood Alliance. Even if all of them were to move out, they would not be able to defeat the pirates. But now that the truth was in front of him, Gui Yifan had no choice but to believe it. Gui Yifan was rescued, and the diamond mine that belonged to him on the island was also taken back. Even all of Zhang Yuqing's businesses were transferred to Gui Yifan. All of this was like a never-ending dream. Gui Yifan found it hard to accept. An hour ago, he was still a prisoner in someone else's hands. All of the assets that he worked hard for his entire life were taken away. In the end, he became the real business tycoon of the Chinese circle in South Africa. He practically monopolized more than half of the Chinese industry in South Africa. The Scorpion King was also the winner of this battle. He felt the same as Gui Yifan, it was a little unreal. Now, the Scorpion King stayed on the Somali island. Qin Feng did not want any territory. He gave this area to the Scorpion King. Now, the Blood Alliance was expanding and monopolizing 2 islands. With the Scorpion King watching from the Somali island, Qin Feng brought Leah and Gui Yifan back to Madagascar. He knew that Lucy must be worried about everyone. Woo woo! Qin Feng, where did you guys go? I thought you guys went to the Somali island to help me save Dad. Don't be silly. Those Somali pirates are very powerful. I don't want anything to happen to you guys. It was noon when they returned to the villa in Madagascar. Lucy woke up early in the morning and was worried about the two of them. Even when she called, her phone was turned off. When she saw the two of them, Lucy was so excited that she cried. It felt so good to see Qin Feng again. Girl, Dad is back. Lucy was sobbing in Qin Feng's arms when a familiar voice drifted into her ears. Lucy widened her beautiful eyes and stared at Gui Yifan in disbelief. Am I still asleep? Dad? Is it really you? Weren't you captured by that bastard Zhang Yinqing? Don't worry, Dad. I'll contact the police to save you. Lucy was so excited that she was dumbfounded. Gui Yifan was clearly in front of her, but she still wanted to call the police to save him. Silly girl, Dad is fine. It's all thanks to your two friends. They saved me. Gui Yifan walked up to his daughter and hugged her. The father and daughter had escaped death. Now that they met again, they were filled with emotions. Lucy finally woke up. She hugged her father and cried, Dad! Are you really fine? Sob. I was so worried about you. The father and daughter hugged each other and cried for a while. Then, Lucy suddenly looked at Qin Feng and asked, Did you save my father? I promised you yesterday that you'll see your father when you wake up this morning, Qin Feng said to Lucy with a smile. Lucy was so moved that she cried again. She buried her head into Qin Feng's arms and hugged him tightly. Gui Yifan was dumbfounded. When he saw Leah hugging Qin Feng on Somalia Island, he thought they were a couple. Why did he feel that his daughter had an intimate relationship with Qin Feng? Gui Yifan looked at Leah, who was not angry at all. He was even more confused. Leah's father was saved, and the Somali island was stabilized by the Scorpion King. All of these were Qin Feng's doing. In the next 2 days, Gui Yifan learned about Qin Feng's strength. So this person was the famous young master Qin of China. Initially, Gui Yifan was opposed to his daughter being with Qin Feng. However, after seeing the sweet scene between Qin Feng and Lucy, he didn't care anymore. As long as his daughter was happy, it didn't matter how many women Qin Feng had around him. He, Gui Yifan, had many mistresses in South Africa. Uncle Gui, you've been in South Africa for a long time. Do you know of an organization that only accepts gold? Qin Feng asked about the Golden Assassin crew since he had nothing to do after eliminating Zhang Hua, his son, and the pirates. Gui Yifan took a sip of tea and pondered. After a while he said, There is indeed an organization that only accepts gold. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He continued to ask, Then do you know where that organization is? Do you have any detailed information about them? Gui Yifan shook his head and said, I definitely don't have any detailed information or address. It's said that this organization was founded by the Chinese and existed before I came to South Africa to do business. I think it's called the Golden Assassin Crew. It's an extremely secretive organization. As long as you give them enough gold, they'll accept any mission. However, the Golden Assassin Crew only contacts their employers. They don't leave their contact details. Also, a new employer must have a referral from an old employer before they can issue a mission there. Gui Yifan told Qin Feng everything he knew. However, there wasn't much useful information. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel depressed. It seemed like finding the Golden Assassin Crew's base wasn't that easy. 3 days passed in a row. Qin Feng investigated the Golden Assassin Crew, but he didn't get any useful information. The time limit that Qin Feng gave Ali was up. Seeing that there was still no news from the Blazing Bird, Qin Feng and Leah started to get anxious. Could it be that the Blazing Bird had already discovered the situation? Just as everyone was thinking about their next step, the Scorpion King called. Big brother Qin, there's news from Ali. Chapter 1195. What did they say? Qin Feng suppressed his excitement and asked. Big brother Qin, Ali said that the Firebird wants to see you personally. The location is on the island of Mauritius, and you can only go there alone. Scorpion King said honestly. Qin Feng once again felt that the Firebird was extremely vigilant. There was a reason why this guy could do so well in South Africa. All right, come to Madagascar now and send me there. Qin Feng didn't care about the Firebird. He couldn't wait to see the Firebird catch him. Qin Feng, is there any news? Leah asked with a frown as soon as Qin Feng hung up the phone. Qin Feng nodded and said, The Firebird wants to see me. The location is on the island of Mauritius, and she wants me to go there alone. Lucy also knew that Qin Feng wanted to catch the Firebird, but it was Gui Yifan's first time hearing about it. His expression changed drastically. What? The Firebird wants to see you. Why? Gui Yifan had been in South Africa for more than 10 years, so he naturally knew how powerful the Firebird was. Nothing much, just a chat. Don't worry, Uncle Gua. Qin Feng didn't tell Gui Yifan the truth, mainly because he didn't want him to worry. Gui Yifan was also a very perceptive person. Of course, he didn't believe that Qin Feng was going to drink tea with the Firebird. But since Qin Feng was unwilling to say, Gui Yifan didn't continue to ask. After more than an hour, a helicopter landed outside the villa. Qin Feng and the others thought that it was someone else, but they saw the Scorpion King coming down from the helicopter. Yo! Scorpion King, you're good. You even came in a helicopter? Leah's eyes lit up. She also wanted to ride a helicopter around the islands around South Africa. The Scorpion King didn't dare to be negligent in front of Qin Feng and the others. He said with a smile, Sister-in-law, I got this from the pirates after occupying the island of Somalia. If you like it, I can give it to you. Leah was extremely excited. It's fine if you give it to me. I still have to go back to China after a while. But if you don't mind, take us around the nearby waters. No problem. If you want to go around, tell me any time. The Scorpion King patted his chest and promised. Qin Feng smiled and brought the topic back to business. All right, send me to Mauritius first, and then you can take Xiaoya and Lucy for a stroll. Qin Feng, are you going alone? I want to go with you. Leah immediately hugged Qin Feng's arm, her face full of worry and reluctance. Lucy also walked over. Ever since Qin Feng saved her father, Lucy was completely united with Qin Feng. I want to go too. Don't leave me behind. Qin Feng understood what the two women were thinking. He caressed their faces and said, You guys should stay in Madagascar. The Firebird is very vigilant. This time, he only invited me. If more people go, he might not show himself. Qin Feng was going to take care of business. Although the two women were somewhat worried, they could only listen to Qin Feng in the end. The Scorpion King and Qin Feng had already boarded the helicopter and left. The speed of the helicopter was average, and Qin Feng, who was used to flying swords, was starting to look down on it. After flying for more than an hour, the scene below changed. A huge island appeared in front of them. It was Mauritius. Big Brother Qin, I'll wait for you here. If anything happens, call me immediately. I'll send people to support you. The helicopter stopped at the edge of the island. This time, the Firebird only asked Qin Feng to go, and the Scorpion King couldn't follow. You don't have to wait for me. Go back by yourself. Qin Feng waved his hand. Ah? That won't work. How will Big Brother go back? The Scorpion King was a little puzzled. My tool is much faster than your helicopter. Don't worry about me, Qin Feng said with a smile. If others heard Qin Feng's words, they would definitely think that Qin Feng was bragging. However, the Scorpion King believed in Qin Feng's words. The big water monster that destroyed the Somali pirate group was definitely not slower than a plane at sea. The Scorpion King left in the helicopter first. Qin Feng had already set foot on the land of Mauritius. The terrain and scenery here were similar to Madagascar. However, there were many indigenous people on the island, and they all spoke Hakka. Who are you? What are you doing here? Not long after Qin Feng came ashore, two men in black suits stopped him. The Firebird wants to see me. Can you take me there? Qin Feng said in English. The two men looked Qin Feng up and down, and one of them said, We need to search you on the island. Please cooperate. Qin Feng had too many spiritual equipment on him, but they were all stored in the Emerald Spirit Ring or the system. He was not afraid of being searched. These ordinary people would not find anything even if they searched for a lifetime. The two men searched Qin Feng from head to toe. They did not find any weapons. Then they said to Qin Feng, Young Master Feng, Our big boss has been waiting for a long time. The car is over there. Please get in. These two men were the Firebird's subordinates. They were waiting for Qin Feng at the entrance of the island. Qin Feng followed the two men into a black Mercedes-Benz. Finally, they arrived at a building that looked like a palace. Young Master Feng, the boss has prepared drinks in the villa. We're just waiting for you. Just as Qin Feng got out of the car, Ali greeted him with a smile. Qin Feng also smiled and said to Ali politely, "Then I'll have to trouble Brother Ali to lead the way." The villa was very big. It was decorated with gold and jade. It was even more luxurious than Lucy's villa. There were 8 armed bodyguards standing at the entrance of the villa. Inside the villa, there were also many bodyguards guarding different places. The defensive measures here were very good. Once again, it showed that the Firebird was a very vigilant person. Under Ali's guidance, Qin Feng arrived at a room on the 3rd floor. There were no bodyguards in the room. There was only a dark-skinned local man sitting on the sofa. "Big Brother Firebird, young Master Feng is here," Ali said respectfully to the black man. The black man did not get up. He looked at Qin Feng indifferently. Qin Feng looked at the Firebird as well. He was confused. According to the secret information collected by the Hong Kong police, this Firebird was a big shot who escaped from Hong Kong. How did he become a black man? Qin Feng quickly realized that the black man sitting on the sofa was not the Firebird. This Firebird was really cunning. He found a substitute to trade with him. "Young Master Feng, sit!" The Firebird suddenly spoke and pointed at the sofa opposite him. Qin Feng also came back to his senses. He had originally planned to capture the Firebird on the spot the moment he saw him, then step on his flying sword and bring him to Madagascar to report to Leah. However, the situation had changed. This person was not the Firebird at all. Hee. I didn't think I'd be able to meet the famous drug lord from South Africa, Big Brother Firebird. What an honor! Qin Feng sat down and prepared to act according to the situation. It's just a false reputation. I heard that you wanted to discuss a big business deal with me? The Firebird was a man of few words. He went straight to the point. That's right. I heard that Big Brother Firebird has the most and the purest goods. So I want to cooperate with you on a big business deal. A business deal worth 1 billion, Qin Feng said. I can take out 1 billion worth of goods. If young Master Feng is sincere about cooperating, you can pay a deposit of 200 million first. Then I'll deliver the goods to you. After you inspect the goods, you can transfer the rest of the money to me. Then our deal will be complete. The Firebird's tone was calm. It was as if a business worth 1 billion was nothing in his eyes. After Ali entered the room, he didn't leave. He stood behind the Firebird. Qin Feng's mind raced. He wondered if he should take down the fake Firebird and Ali and force them to reveal the Firebird's whereabouts. However, Qin Feng dispelled this thought in the end. The Firebird was so cunning. Perhaps even Ali didn't know where he was. No problem, I'll transfer the money to you now. Then, when will you deliver the goods to me? Qin Feng decided to be on the safe side and discuss the deal first. He wanted to see if he could lure out the real Firebird when he delivered the goods. 1 billion worth of goods is a bit too much. It'll be troublesome to deliver it. I plan to use a cruise ship to deliver it. I'm not sure when, but I'll contact you after I make sure it's safe. Okay, on the day of the deal, Big Bro Firebird will personally deliver the goods, right? Qin Feng smiled as he looked at the fake Firebird and asked. Of course, since I promised you, I won't change my mind. I'll appear on the day of the deal to ensure the safety of your goods in person. Young Master Feng, you don't need to worry too much. In South Africa, the name of Big Bro Firebird still holds some power. No one dares to steal my goods. Now that the real Firebird was hiding and unwilling to show his face, he sent a fake to trade with Qin Feng. They thought Qin Feng didn't know, but they didn't know that Qin Feng saw through everything as soon as he entered the room. Haha. With Big Bro Firebird personally coming, of course I can rest assured. Then, our deal is done. I'll transfer the money to you when I get back. When the goods are ready, Big Bro Firebird can contact me at any time. After Qin Feng found out that the Firebird was fake, he didn't have the patience to waste time with him. He immediately got up and said his goodbyes. The Firebird didn't personally see Qin Feng off and had Ali do it for him. The two of them walked out of the villa. Qin Feng didn't speak again. After saying goodbye to Ali, Qin Feng disappeared on his flying sword. When he reappeared, he was back in the villa. Qin Feng bought the talisman of clairvoyance and hid in a dark corner of the villa to observe the situation. Ali had already returned to the room on the 3rd floor. The fake Firebird sat on the sofa and smoked a cigar. The two of them were talking. From their attitudes, the fake Firebird was really like the real Firebird. Even Ali was humble to him. Qin Feng didn't return to Madagascar. These days he hid in the villa. He already had Leia transfer the deposit to the fake Firebird. However, nothing special happened in the villa these 2 days. The fake Firebird stayed in the villa from day to night. If it wasn't playing with girls, it was sleeping. Ali, on the other hand, disappeared for 2 days. It seemed like he went to load the goods. On the 3rd day, Qin Feng's phone rang. Haha, young Master Feng, your goods are all ready. Do you have time? Ali's laughter came from the phone. Chapter 1196. Young Master Feng, the transaction will take place on the Lisa No. 1 cruise ship. This cruise ship will travel around the sea and will reach Hong Kong on the way. At that time, you will take the ship and bring the goods directly to Hong Kong. All of this was specially planned by Brother Firebird for you. It's almost time. You will board the ship at the Mauritius harbor at 12 noon. The cruise ship will dock for half an hour. Young Master Feng, hurry up and come over. After Ali finished speaking, many doubts arose in Qin Feng's heart. He looked at his watch. It was already 11 o'clock. This was deliberately not giving him time to prepare. Oh! It's already 11 o'clock, your news is a bit late. Alright, I'll rush over right now. I'm still in Madagascar. Qin Feng casually made up an excuse. Actually, he was in the villa in Mauritius at the moment, and he used the talisman of clairvoyance to see Ali, who was calling him in the villa. All right, we'll wait for young Master Feng's arrival. After hanging up, Qin Feng saw Ali go to the room on the 3rd floor to talk to the fake Firebird. It seemed like he was reporting the situation to the Firebird. These days, Qin Feng hid in the villa and did not find anything unusual. He even suspected that there was a problem with the Hong Kong police's intelligence. The fake Firebird was the same as the real one. Darling, where are you? We're all worried about you. Qin Feng called Leia, and when the call connected, Leia's worried voice came through. Little Ye, I'm fine. Listen to me, did the Hong Kong police make a mistake? The Firebird I saw was a local black man, and he looked like the real Firebird. Qin Feng told Leia about the situation in Mauritius for the past 3 days, but Leia said firmly, No, the information about the Firebird was obtained by our superior intelligence department with great effort. It can't be fake. The one you saw was definitely a fake Firebird. This Firebird is very cunning, you have to be careful, darling. Alright, then I'll think of a way to lure the real Firebird out. Send me all the information about the Firebird. Qin Feng said. Alright, then I'll send it to you now. Just as Leia was about to hang up, Qin Feng thought of something else and quickly said, Oh right, investigate the Lisa No. 1 cruise ship. That fake Firebird asked me to trade on the cruise ship. What? Lisa No. 1? Isn't that the private cruise ship of a certain royal princess? Leia exclaimed, obviously understanding this cruise ship better. The princess's private cruise ship? Qin Feng was also shocked. He didn't understand why the Firebird would trade on someone else's ship. What's more, she was an imperial princess. As far as I know, the Lisa 1 is the cruise ship of the royal princess, Lisa. This cruise ship travels around the world once every year. Every time it travels, the rich and powerful of every country will fight to buy the tickets. However, the Lisa 1 has very strict restrictions on its passengers. Only those with a net worth of at least 1 billion are qualified to board this cruise ship. A single ticket costs 50 million. It's not a place where ordinary people can afford to spend money, so exaggerated. Isn't it just a cruise around the world? Worst comes to worst, we can just take another ferry. Qin Feng didn't quite understand. Of course it's different. It's said that the interior of the Lisa 1 is very luxurious, and the cost of the cruise ship is astronomical. Moreover, there are groups of beauties and rich people on the cruise ship. It's a great place to pick up girls and discuss business. Every year, it's said that the Sea and Sky banquet is held on this cruise ship. Qin Feng had seen a lot of the world as Acropolis City's #1 hedonistic young master. However, as his status rose, he discovered that there were many unexpected luxurious worlds in this world. If your status hadn't reached that level, you would never be able to come into contact with them. The Sea and Sky banquet? I like that. Let's not talk about it for now, I'm going to board the ship. Qin Feng suddenly became excited and immediately hung up. On the other end of the phone, Leah stomped her feet in anger. She was not at ease with Qin Feng going to the Lisa 1 alone. If no one was there to control him, who knew if Qin Feng would bring back another 100 girls on this trip? Qin Feng hung up the phone and waited for a while. When he calculated that it was about time, he rushed to the agreed harbor. Before he even got close, Qin Feng saw a huge cruise ship docked at the shore from afar. The shore was crowded with people, and there were more than a dozen lines. Each line had several hundred people, like a dozen long dragons. Ha ha! Young Master Feng, you're here. Hurry and board the ship with me. Qin Feng walked to the side of the cruise ship and Ali appeared out of nowhere. Brother Ali, this Lisa 1 is Princess Lisa's private cruise ship. I heard that a ticket costs 50 million, and you have to book it half a year in advance. Can we board? Qin Feng asked doubtfully. Ha ha! Young Master Feng, don't worry. The boss has already prepared everything. We just need to worry about boarding the ship. As Ali spoke, he brought Qin Feng to a line with fewer people. This was a special passage. Looking at the clothes of the people standing in the passage, they all looked like big bosses. Bastard! You dare to forge a ticket for the Lisa 1? Throw this person into the sea to feed the sharks. The line next to them suddenly became chaotic. There was a row of guards at the boarding gate, and anyone who wanted to board had to show their ticket. One of the guards seemed to have discovered a fake ticket, so he picked up the man with one hand and threw him into the sea like he was throwing trash. This scene scared the people queuing up. More than half of them immediately ran away. It seemed that these people all had fake tickets and wanted to bluff their way through. Stinking brat, you want to board the ship without a ticket? Scram! Just as they caught a fake ticket, they found another person without a ticket. The man was in his early 40s and looked quite rich. He smiled and tried to curry favor with the guard. Hee hee! Big brother, I booked late and didn't get a ticket. I'm willing to pay for it. I'll buy it no matter how much it costs. The guards checking the tickets were all tall and sturdy. They wore silver armor and held long spears in their hands. They looked like ancient Roman warriors. One of the guards' expression turned cold. He yelled at the man. If you don't have a ticket, then scram. Do you think our Princess Lisa lacks money? The princess only invites 1,000 people every year. If you don't get a ticket, you'll have to wait until next year. Big brother, don't be like this. I really want to board the ship. I really want to see Princess Lisa herself. This card is for you. There's 10 million in it. The password. The middle-aged man secretly stuffed a card into the guard's hand. The guard suddenly flew into a rage. He waved the long spear in his hand and instantly pierced the middle-aged man's heart. Crash! The surroundings immediately became chaotic. Screams rang out everywhere. Even Qin Feng was stunned for a moment. These guards were really arrogant. They killed people in public? Heh! Don't pay attention to those troublemakers. This is Lisa #1. Without a ticket, you definitely can't board. Lisa is the princess of a large country in South Africa. She has great power, and even our big brother Firebird can't compare. It's no big deal for her guards to kill a few people. Don't worry. As long as you don't cause trouble on the ship, no one will do anything to you. Ali told Qin Feng about the things he needed to pay attention to on the Lisa No. 1. At this time, it was time for the two of them to board the ship. Ali pulled out 2 tickets. They were 2 gold cards made of pure gold and embedded with diamonds. Please board the ship. I wish the two of you a pleasant journey. The treatment with and without a card was indeed different. The guard who killed without batting an eye became extremely respectful towards Qin Feng and Ali. He took the initiative to lead the two of them onto the ship. It seemed that it wasn't Ali's first time on Lisa No. 1. He didn't need the guidance of the beautiful receptionist. He minded his own business and led Qin Feng into the cabin. Qin Feng was shocked by the extravagance in front of him. As expected, this was the Imperial Princess private cruise ship. It was surrounded by gold and jade, and there were all kinds of facilities in the cabin. Many passengers had already gathered here and were playing in different areas. Young Master Feng, I'll take you to look at the goods. If you think there are no problems, then transfer the remaining money to our boss. Then you can relax on Lisa No. 1. When the ship reaches Hong Kong's waters, you can find someone to transport the goods. Ali took Qin Feng on a tour, and the topic of conversation shifted to proper business. Qin Feng hadn't even seen the real Firebird. If he transferred the remaining money, the Firebird definitely wouldn't appear again. Ha ha! Brother Ali, what's the rush? Are you afraid I won't pay? Qin Feng laughed. Hee hee! How could that be? I'm just following the boss's orders. I hope young Master Feng will cooperate, Ali said smoothly. Of course I'll pay, but I said it's with your boss. Let's wait for Big Brother Firebird to come. Qin Feng's expression became slightly cold, and he pretended to be unhappy. Ha ha! Young Master Feng is right. Then I'll go talk to the boss. The boss is also on the ship. Ali couldn't force Qin Feng to pay, so he went ahead. Qin Feng ordered a cup of coffee and sat in a corner with no one around. Although the ticket for the Lisa No. 1 was expensive, the service on the ship was absolutely attentive. The estimated sailing time of this ship was half a month, and in half a month, it would go around half the world. Moreover, food, drinks, and accommodation on the ship were all free, unless you gambled and asked for your own money from the prostitutes. Moreover, the Lisa No. 1 was absolutely safe. For example, the Firebird had placed the transaction on the cruise ship. No matter where the cruise ship sailed, it would be exempt from inspection. It was this method that allowed the goods worth $1 billion to enter Hong Kong's waters. After this transaction, Qin Feng understood that the Firebird had used the cruise ship to smuggle goods quite a bit. Darling, did you miss me? Just as Qin Feng was contemplating his next plan, a pleasant voice suddenly sounded. A soft ball had already pounced into Qin Feng's arms. Who are you? Qin Feng furrowed his brows and immediately pushed away the unfamiliar woman in his arms. Hee hee. Qin Feng, I'm Liya. The beauty whispered into Qin Feng's ear. Qin Feng looked at the beauty again. It wasn't Liya's appearance at all. However, Qin Feng quickly discovered a flaw. Liya had put on makeup and used a disguise technique. You crazy girl, who let you on the ship? That's right, how did you get on? Qin Feng was happy and worried when he saw Liya. After all, this mission wasn't simple. I asked my superior to get me a ticket. Coincidentally, a Hong Kong businessman also wanted to board this ship, so the police told him to give me the ticket. Liya giggled and said, Darling, do I look pretty in this new appearance? Chapter 1197. After Qin Feng confirmed Liya's identity, he hugged her in his embrace. While touching her white and tender skin, he seemed to be playing ambiguously while blowing hot air into Liya's ear. Xiaoya, the real Firebird, has never shown up, and this ship is Princess Lisa's private cruise ship. On the cruise ship, Lisa's guards will protect everyone's lives, so it's not easy to take down the Firebird. Don't participate in this mission. Just treat it as a boat trip. I'll help you investigate the Firebird and capture him. Qin Feng said something important. Lia's brows furrowed, and she suddenly hugged Qin Feng's neck tightly. Darling, I got on the ship because I was worried about you. Let me do the mission with you. I promise I won't hold you back. Lia acted like a spoiled child and rubbed against Qin Feng's embrace. Qin Feng was a little uneasy. Towards this Hong Kong beauty contest champion, Qin Feng was at his wits' end. He patted Lia's perky butt and said, "All right, let's go back to the room now. If you can serve me well, I'll bring you along." Lia immediately jumped up excitedly. "Uncle, let's go, this little girl's work is the best." The two of them chatted and laughed as they were about to leave. Just as they walked out a few steps, a large group of men suddenly surrounded them. "Yo! Young Master Bai, quickly look, this girl looks really good, especially that figure, it's simply perfect." A man wearing a pair of sunglasses said as he looked at Lia. There were 3 other men beside the man with sunglasses. These 4 men looked like young masters of rich families. Each of them had a young model in their arms, but their eyes were sweeping over Lia's long legs. Although Lia used the appearance-changing technique to change her appearance and was not as beautiful as her original appearance, her current appearance was still very beautiful. In addition to that tall and sexy figure, she suppressed all the young models in the cabin in a second. A man wearing a handsome white suit stepped forward. It was young Master Bai. "Hello, beauty. I'm a rich young master from Huaxia. You look like you're from Huaxia. Do you want to go drink a cup of wine with us brothers? You can name the price." Young Master Bai went straight to the point as soon as he opened his mouth. This Lisa number 1 was the gathering place of the Sea and Sky Banquet. 99% of the young models who went ashore were here to sell their bodies to make money. This group of rich young masters obviously regarded Lia as that kind of woman. "Shut up, I have a man, don't have any ideas about me." Lia was immediately unhappy. She glared at young Master Bai and reprimanded him. Ever since she became Qin Feng's woman, she had never been afraid of anyone. The 4 young masters were stunned. They obviously did not expect Lia to have this attitude. They did not expect Lia to have this attitude. They did not expect Lia to have such an attitude. "Beauty, it is your blessing that we can like you. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." Child Bai was also a hot-tempered person. His face suddenly became cold. "Go back and look at yourself in the mirror. How dare a toad like you try to woo me?" Yes. Lia did not even use a single dirty word when she scolded him, but she almost made Bai Dashabo faint from anger. The other 3 young masters could not stand it anymore. The man with sunglasses who first found Lia said, "Beauty, you may not know young Master Bai's position. He is a famous young master in Huaxia's Jingdu. His family property is more than 10 billion. If you miss it, you won't have this chance." Another man wearing a round hat said, "If I were you, I would follow young Master Bai. Look at the man beside you. What's so good about him? He looks like a poor ghost. Don't tell me he sneaked onto the boat." The man with sunglasses was Gao Feng. He was from Gao family in Huaxia's Jingdu. The man with the round hat was Wen Jing. He was also a third-rate young master in Jingdu. Gao Feng, Wen Jing and young Master Bai. They were all Huaxia people. The other man on their side was a black man. He was a young master in South Africa. "Humph! You weak scum dare to look down on my man? You are all frogs at the bottom of a well." Facing the sneer of young Master Bai and the others, Qin Feng acted as if he did not hear it. But Lia could not bear it. She could not allow anyone to say bad things about Qin Feng. "Beauty, I advise you to wipe your eyes. You women get on the boat to earn money. Don't follow a poor boy in the end. In the end, you still have to pay for it." Gao Feng snorted coldly. Wen Jing also squinted at Qin Feng. He did not put Qin Feng in his eyes at all. Young Master Bai was even more arrogant. As for the black man, he did not speak. He seemed to think that Qin Feng, this kind of poor ghost, disdained him to speak. A group of psychopaths. "Darling, let's go. Go back to the room and have sex. They can only dream." Leah was very angry. She pulled Qin Feng and left. She also deliberately said some words to piss off Gao Feng and the others. The four people looked at Leah's seductive and sexy back. They all secretly swallowed their saliva. Looking at the tender model in their arms, the four people almost vomited. Young Master Bai, I like that woman. You go and get her for me. Qin Feng and the others just walked a few steps. The black man who had been silent suddenly spoke. Young Master Bai's eyes suddenly lit up. He was very excited in his heart. Although young Master Bai and the others were all rich young masters of China, they were now in South Africa and on the Lisa No. 1 cruise ship. The three people did not dare to make trouble. However, this young Master Tiger was a local of South Africa. He had quite a lot of power. With his support, Gao Feng and the others were not worried at all. Hey! Brat, come here. Our young Master Tiger has something to say to you. Gao Feng suddenly roared. Many people looked over here. However, those who could get on the Lisa No. 1 were people with some status. Seeing that there seemed to be a conflict here, no one was willing to come over and meddle. Qin Feng and the others stopped. Leah was very angry. She immediately retorted, Who are you calling brat? If you talk nonsense again, I won't be polite. Leah's figure was hot. Her character was even hotter. It made the hearts of young Master Tiger and the others more and more excited. Gao Feng did not care about Leah's threat. He looked at Qin Feng and sneered. Hee hee. Brat, are you still a man? What kind of ability is it to hide behind a woman? You bunch of idiots, I'll kick you to death. Leah was really angry. She rushed forward and was about to hit someone. However, Qin Feng pulled her back into his embrace and whispered in Leah's ear. Don't be agitated. This is Princess Lisa's ship. We haven't found the Firebird yet. We can't cause trouble. Leah finally regained some of her rationality. She laid in Qin Feng's embrace and complained. But they are two bastards. I can't hear them scold you. Qin Feng understood Leah's thoughts. He smiled and patted her head. He hugged Leah and walked towards Gao Feng and the others. Don't worry about them. I'll take care of them. Seeing that Qin Feng was about to make a move, Leah was extremely excited. Gao Feng and the others were still sneering like fools. They did not put Qin Feng in their eyes. Brat, are you deaf or mute? I've been calling you for a long time. Are you trying to cause trouble? Just as Qin Feng walked over, Gao Feng reprimanded arrogantly. It was as if he was a big brother lecturing a little brother. Leah was extremely angry. However, Qin Feng secretly pinched Leah's perky butt and immediately calmed her down. She delicately laid in Qin Feng's embrace and did not care about this matter anymore. Why are you looking for me? Qin Feng smiled at Gao Feng and the others. There was no need to talk nonsense with them. Yo! Brat, you're quite arrogant. Do you know who we are? I'm from the capital's Gao family. Seeing that you're from China, you should have heard of our Gao family. Gao Feng arrogantly stared at Qin Feng. Qin Feng thought for a moment and said, I've heard of it. I even know people from your Gao family. Gao Feng was slightly stunned. He suddenly laughed. Hee hee. Since you know the Gao family's name, then hurry up and let go of this beauty and scram. I've beaten up your Gao family's Gao Tianyao and Gao Feixiang. When the Gao family's elder saw me, he had to personally welcome me. Do you think I would care about you? Qin Feng acted as if he did not hear Gao Feng's threat and spoke as if he was talking to himself. Gao Feng was stunned. His heart beat wildly. Gao Tianyao and Gao Feixiang's status in the Gao family was much higher than his. Did this person really beat up his two cousins? Who was this person? Wenjiang laughed loudly. He patted Gao Feng's shoulder and said, Young Master Gao, are you kidding me? Are you really scared by this brat's lies? This guy is dressed in inferior brands, and he looks unfamiliar. He's definitely not someone from China's rich young master's circle. He's most likely here to scare you because he's heard of your two cousins' names. When Yang's words woke Gao Feng up, he immediately pointed at Qin Feng and yelled, Brat, you dare to fool me? Do you believe that I will find someone to break your legs? Qin Feng acted as if he couldn't see Gao Feng. His gaze fell on Wenjing. And who are you? Wenjing immediately stuck out his chest. He squinted at Qin Feng and said, I am the young master of the Wen family in the capital of China. Qin Feng shook his head and said, I have never heard of the Wen family. I guess you are at the bottom of the aristocratic families. Don't talk nonsense. Wen Zheng was angry. Qin Feng was right. The Wen family could not even be ranked among the 5 small families in the capital. Qin Feng looked at young Master Bai again. Qin Feng had never heard of the Bai family that this guy was from. After all, it was just the 3 rich young masters of the capital who were acting pretentious in front of Qin Feng. If this matter was known by the heads of the 3 families, they would definitely break the legs of these 3 people and remove their names from their families. Who are you? Qin Feng's sight finally fell on the black man. Gao Feng and the other 2 people seemed to regard this person as their leader. Young Master Bai did not need young Master Tiger to speak. Young Master Bai introduced him proudly. Brat, listen carefully. This is young Master Tiger, the young master of the Somali island. If you dare to offend him, one word from young Master Tiger will make you disappear in South Africa. Young Master Bai exaggerated enough. Qin Feng smiled and said, Somali island? Isn't that the island dominated by the pirate group in the past? Brat, you have some knowledge. I am the son of the Somali pirate king, Thunder King. Young Master Tiger finally spoke. His words made Gao Feng and the other 2 people feel deep veneration. However, Leah covered her mouth and smiled. Qin Feng almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Thunder King had been dead for several days. Didn't this brat know? You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.